welcome. This is the City of Vacaville, October 10, 2023, special City Council meeting. It's 5 p.m. And with that, can I have a roll call?
Councilmember Stockton?
Here.
Ritchie?
Here.
Silva?
Here.
Chapman? Roberts?
Here.
Vice Mayor Wiley? Here. Mayor Carley?
Here. And with that, I'm just going to open up for public comment. There is no public comment, so I'm going to close public comment, and we're going to go into closed session, and then we will be back. So this is adjourned for now, and there will be nothing to report tonight. Thank you.
the sky. You just need to fly high. It will be cold for a while, but at the end of time, I will be on your side. Whoa, please don't go too far. Don't go too far. If you want to travel miles, pack your dreams and strive outside. I will be here for advice while you get into the wild. Don't go too far. Whoa, please don't go too far. If you want to leave this world and just leave my heart alone in the dark, I remember we used to smile, but please don't go too far.
Good evening, Vacaville. This is the regularly scheduled City Council meeting, October 10th, 6 p.m. Can I have a roll call?
Council Agency Authority Member Stockton.
Here.
Ritchie.
Here.
Silva.
Here.
Chapman. Here. Roberts.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Wiley. Here. Mayor, Chair Carly.
Here. Will you please stand with me for a moment of silence? Chapman, will you lead us in the pledge?
Allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic which is one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
May I have the approval of the agenda? What I would like to do at this point is make a change, unless you have any other changes. We're gonna move up (9D), if we can do that before our hearings. Can we do that? All right. Have a motion? Second. All in favor? Aye. And now with that, approval of the minutes. Motion, second?
Second.
Have a second, all in favor? Aye. And with that, it looks like we have a couple presentations tonight, Mr. City Manager. It's Fire Prevention Week proclamation. And I see that the staff contact is Jill Childers, but there you are. Come on up. Okay. I don't have control of your podium or of your microphone yet. Let's try here. Now I do.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Carly, Vice Mayor Wiley, and members of the City Council. I thank you for your continued support. The Vacaville Fire Department is teaming up with the National Fire Protection Association to celebrate National Fire Prevention Week. This year's theme is Cooking Safety Starts With You. Our goal is to educate our residents on simple but important actions they can take to keep themselves and those around them safe while they're cooking. We also want to take a moment and invite all of you to our annual fire station open houses taking place this Saturday, October the 14th from 9 to 1 p.m. Each station will focus on different activities to promote fire and life safety education within our community. This year's activities include teaching children about home fire safety in our inflatable safety house at Station 71, a vehicle extrication demonstration and fireworks take-back event, our very first one, at Station 72. We will be demonstrating how fire and smoke can spread in a house using a dollhouse burn, as well as a forcible entry demonstration by our fire apprentices at Station 73. And at Station 74, our ladder truck will be out on display, and children will be able to children or adults, whoever would like to, will be able to paint a pumpkin. At Station 75, we will have our very popular Junior Firefighter Challenge that our fire explorers will be taking children through all day long as well. We hope that you can all join us this Saturday for these activities, and I thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you so much. And what I'd like to do is read portions of this proclamation that I think are very important. I learned something just reading the proclamation before I signed it, and just the importance of just safety in a kitchen. Right? You don't realize how dangerous a kitchen can be because we're in it every day. But let me just go ahead and read this. Vacaville Fire Department is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting our city. Whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are in locations where people are at greatest risk from fire. Home fires caused more than 2,800 civilian deaths in the United States in 2021. According to the NPA, or the NFPA. And fire departments in the United States responded to 338,000 home fires. Whereas cooking is the leading cause of home fires in the U.S., and fire departments responded to more than 166,000 annually between 2016 and 2020. 2 of every 5 home fires start in the kitchen, with 31% of these fires resulting from unattended cooking. whereas more than half of the reported non-fatal home cooking fire injuries occurred when the victims tried to fight the fire themselves. And children under 5 face a higher risk of non-fire burns associated with cooking than being burned in a cooking fire. And whereas Vacaville residents should turn, I like this, this is educational, should turn pot handles toward the back of the stove. Always keep a lid nearby when cooking. Keep a 3-foot kid-free zone around the stove, oven, and other things that could get hot. Watch what they heat and set a timer to remind them that they are cooking. I'm going to skip forward on a few other things, but I wanted to just say Vacaville residents are responsive to public education measures and are able to take personal steps to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes. And whereas the 2023 Fire Prevention Week theme, Cooking Safety Starts With You, effectively serves to remind Vacaville residents about simple but important actions they can take to keep themselves and those around them safe when cooking. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, John Carley, Mayor of the City of Vacaville, on behalf of the Vacaville City Council, do hereby proclaim October 8th through the 14th, 2023 as Fire Prevention Week. So thank you for all that you do, and we really do celebrate all the work that our fire department. And next, it looks like we do have a presentation on Cyber Prevention Month proclamation. Do we have a presenter for that? Yes, we do. Keith, how are you doing this evening? Keith McDonald, our IT Division Manager.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Council. Cybersecurity Awareness Month is a critical initiative to raise awareness about the ever-growing threats in our digital realm and promote a cybersecurity culture. In an era where technology is deeply ingrained in our daily lives, safeguarding our digital assets and personal information is paramount. This designated month prompts heightened awareness, education, proactive measures to bolster cybersecurity habits, promote responsible online behavior, and enhance our collective resilience against cyber threats. It empowers us to stay informed, stay protected, and collectively contribute to a safer digital landscape. And here's one big takeaway that I want everyone to kind of go back home, a little bit of homework assignment here. One thing that you can help in this effort is simply update your passwords. But to do that, you can use a password manager. It's designed to securely create, store, and manage your passwords that you use in everyday life. If you do that one simple thing, that would help immensely if everyone did it. Citizens, employees, people that work in the large industries, small industries. That's one thing you can do. Please stay informed and stay vigilant. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Keith. I'm going to read the proclamation, and then I will say today was a reminder, because even city staff gets reminders every day to know before. It's about understanding cybersecurity and the real threats that are out there. And I think even today, your staff and your system notified me that even my email account somehow had a threatening email that had come through. So thank you for what you do. So whereas individuals, businesses, nonprofits, government organizations, and academic institutions, and the local economy has become increasingly reliant on information systems and technology to conduct business, engage in commerce, access information, communicate, and provide essential services. And whereas maintaining the security of cyberspace is a shared responsibility in which we all have a critical role to play by making ourselves aware of cyber threats, cybersecurity essentials, and industry best practices that will improve the security of the City of Vacaville, its residents, local businesses, and the economy. And whereas Cybersecurity Awareness Month was launched by the National Cybersecurity Alliance and the United States Department of Homeland Security in October of 2004, the theme for Cybersecurity Awareness Month in 2023 is Secure Our World, reminding internet users that there are plenty of simple ways to keep personal information and private data secure when browsing and using the internet. and the National Cybersecurity Public Awareness Campaign is implemented through a coalition of private companies, nonprofits, government organizations, and academic institutions, and is dedicated to increasing the public's understanding of cyber threats and empowering all Americans to better protect themselves from phishing, viruses, malware, financial loss, and loss of sensitive data. And the City of Vacaville recognizes it has a vital role in identifying, protecting, and responding to cyber threats that may have a significant impact on our residents, collective security, and privacy. The city has strengthened its cybersecurity investment, enhanced resilience across the organization, and is committed to promoting good cyber practices through guidance and resources for the people of Vacaville. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, John Carley, Mayor of the City of Vacaville, and on behalf of the Vacaville City Council, do hereby proclaim October 2023 Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Things we didn't have to think about 20 years ago. With that, we'll go ahead and we'll move beyond that, and it's our consent calendar. Does any member of this council or the public wish to pull an item that's on consent this evening? Seeing none, do I have a motion? Excuse me, what? I'm sorry. I did ask the audience. Yeah, sorry. I did that in one.
Sorry, motion.
So we got a motion and a second?
Yes.
Or is it the other way around? Because you motioned. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Just for clarification, I did offer the public if the public wanted to pull an item, and I did not hear anything. So we have a motion, a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Consent moves forward. Next, we'll move to item 7, which is business from the floor. And this is a time where the public can address the council on items that were in our jurisdiction that are not on the regularly scheduled agenda. So with that, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Wiley, council members. Leo Escarcega, Leisure Town, here this evening to discuss the Menard Energy Battery Storage Project. I'll open up by referring to the editorial from the Santa Cruz Sentinel titled, Battery Fire at PG&E-owned Moss Landing Facility, a stark reminder of new technology risk. If you're trying to get into or out of Monterey County on Highway 1 Tuesday, then you know what it's like to be caught in gridlock traffic. Or if you were looking for a little peace and quiet in the final days of summer, then a sudden warning, shelter in place, became 12 hours of anxiety. So to bring it close to home, replace Highway 1 with I-80, I-505. As to folks looking for peace and quiet in the final days of summer, Vacaville residents add fall, winter, spring, 365 days a year for the next 20 years. Editorial finally states the following: the move to energy storage will continue, but the Moss Landing fire was also a reminder that battery blazes are becoming increasingly common and destructive, and safety measures, including fire drills for residents around storage facilities, will have to be put into place and widely disseminated. The second article I'll reference is from the newspaper The Valley Roadrunner regarding the recent battery storage fire on September 18th, 2023 in Valley Center, San Diego County. The article quotes a statement from Dr. Matt Matthews, a local resident and member of the Valley Center Planning Group. Here's the statement. As you know, the VCPG was in opposition to the TerraGen battery storage yard being placed in its current location. Fire risk, chemical poisoning potential, and its proximity to residential properties were the main issues. We see those concerns coming to reality. I would like the battery facility taken offline and decommissioned, as it is a clear and pleasant danger to the community. Like projects in the future, should see the risk Valley Center now faces and not repeat it in other areas of the county. I have submitted copies of these articles to the city clerk. Finally, an observation on the big picture. PG&E has 9 project agreements with energy companies to collectively procure 11.5 gigawatts of new electricity resources. These energy companies share a common thread. Like Menard Energy, they are LLC entities. This structure provides protection to the owner's assets. All customers or credit claims owned against the company are limited to the assets owned by the business. I just have 2 more sentences. I've submitted the articles, yeah.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello. Hi, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Keep Vacaville Safe group. Last time I spoke at City Council 2 weeks ago, since I've spoke, there's been 2 more large-scale battery fires, one in Queensland, Australia, and one in Melba, Idaho. My takeaways from those I wanted to go over with you tonight. The Australian battery fire was newly installed and undergoing testing. A shelter-in-place order was issued to residents to stay indoors that lasted for 3 days. Large amounts of smoke were reported, loud bangs and pops were heard as the battery had small explosions and then eventually burned itself out. The fire in Melba, Idaho happened last Monday on the 2nd. This system was much smaller than the one proposed for Vacaville. It was 24 megawatts and it was new. It hadn't been there more than a month. And then it had a fire. The area around this facility is largely farmland, but there are still some houses and the residents were put up in hotels while the fire continued to burn. It took 4 days total, and roads were closed within a 7-mile radius around that facility. It's important to note that this system in Idaho had the same manufacturer, Poen, that Menard Energy is proposing for Vacaville. It's the same company. They also use LFP batteries, which are the safer batteries. In the videos and photos taken by the news, you can clearly see the battery containers that they've spread. The battery fire had spread to multiple containers, which is not supposed to happen. And the cause of the fire is under investigation. What's interesting is that this isn't the first time that Poen has made the news for battery fires. If you look at the database I sent you last time, you'll see there's 2 separate fires from Warwick, New York. They had Poen installations that were new as well, about a month old, and they also had the same problem. The containerized units did not contain the fire and it spread to multiple units. So they actually had quite a few fires in New York already this year within a short time. And so the governor has issued an emergency task force to address these best fires because they're becoming quite a problem. Lithium-ion batteries are in consumer goods. They've been around for years, but you have to understand the demand on these utility scale systems is different. And the extreme charging and discharging, it increases wear and tear on them and the degradation much faster, and it increases the chances of them spontaneously combusting. The more battery cells you have at the site, the more chances of this happening. They're extremely volatile, and we're seeing that as they are becoming increasingly used in the communities and across the United States. They're still going through their growing pains, and we don't believe that they could be safely sited in your homes. The volatility of these batteries, along with amperes and experience to build a facility in the US, makes us think there's no real reason to extend the negotiating period with Ampere Energy or enter any sale of the property. So I'm urging you to direct the city manager to not extend that agreement any further. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Carly, city staff. My name is Frank Nelstone. If you guys don't know me, you guys will. Public safety concerns are some of the biggest things that actually impact the cannabis industry when it's actually rolled out into other jurisdictions and municipalities. of this, there are many things that I found from looking at Sacramento's data analytics, as well as a company called Implan, IMPLAN data analytics. And they found that the top 7 things that have been reported as impactful effects of rolling out a cannabis business program in a jurisdiction or a city has been 7 things. 1, including public safety concerns. 2nd, being impacts to existing businesses. 3, taxation amounts. 4, legal issues on local control of deliveries. 5, enforceable regulations on cannabis businesses. 6, potential negative image for the city. And 7, impact on economic growth. I mention these starting out on my statement because these things have been responded to and have been resolved by a lot of jurisdictions, including Sacramento, San Francisco, Oakland, Dixon, Fairfield, and there's another jurisdiction nearby us that doesn't come to mind at the moment. A lot of these have been responded to because they found this is pretty much a commonality rolling out on any location from here to Georgia, whenever that's available. One of the things on the public concerns is public exposure to cannabis, as well as cannabis being advertised to children. So a lot of the things that they found to respond to that is regulations on how and where to advertise. So like mitigation on billboards, mitigation on posting ads, or social media marketing on those channels where kids and 18 or under are available. Another huge thing regarding the second thing, which is impact to existing businesses, that's been one of the most impactful data that we found because it's actually connecting to finances, so you can always track money and numbers. One of the biggest things is of the 2.2 billion. This is actually data I found from Sacramento from their case study. One of the 2.2 billion dollars in total economic output. Of that $2.2 billion, $606 million will be retained by our employees through the form of income. And 1.5 billion of that is directly towards economic activity. 357 million $370 million of that, which is directly income, and 746 million of that is reflected through indirect and direct induced impacts supported by the cannabis operations as spending ripples through the local economy. And from there's been many jobs created from that as well. If funding is a problem, one of the strategies that we can have is expenses associated with the operation of the administration through commercial cannabis permit fees and annual local tax fees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak to you this evening. I've lived in Vacaville for about 45 years and my family has multiple households residing here. When people move here, they have commented that they like the small town feel they get, even though it's not small anymore. Over the last few years, I've known many people that have moved, some taking multiple generations with them. The reasons are to get out of California. Their complaints haven't been about Vacaville, but about the state of California. If this battery storage facility is built, I believe that people will be saying that is what drove them out. Menard is stating that their systems are safe. Community members are informing you of the fires that are happening with other bus systems. Menard is promising experts that will confirm their systems are safe. Experts are only needed as long as their products exist. Every recalled product was promised by experts to be safe. Now I hear about lawsuits and ads stating that if you were in a location during certain years, you were exposed and may qualify for a class action lawsuit. Unfortunately, those are after people get harmed and tend to be many years after the damage is done. The people that showed up in September meeting and the people speaking to you at each meeting have a great deal of knowledge. Some work in fields that give them an understanding of the electric grid and can tell you that there are other locations that would make more sense. Some have really done the research and can tell you what toxins are released and the effects and the locations and outcomes of the fires. Others have the common sense to know that this is not in their best interest to have this built near their homes. Menard will still try to make their system sound safe. I have to ask the question, what do you consider to be safe? 1 container catching fire, 2, 5, 10? How often is it acceptable for there to be a fire? I have always heard to hope for the best, but plan for the worst. So I'm hoping for the best. I would hope that this thing is not built anywhere near Vacaville. In planning for the worst, what is the worst that can happen? All 533 containers catching fire. This has to be something that is thought about, not in that it can never happen fashion. Menard claims that fires don't spread between the containers, but this just happened in Melba, Idaho. Multiple containers burned for multiple days. People had to be evacuated for 4 days, and more than 7 miles of roads were closed. That appeared to be in a rural area. Can you imagine the effects if you allow Menard to build their facility right next to housing? The risks are too great. This should not be built in our community. The no vote 3 years ago should have stayed a no. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Reva Correa, and I'd like to talk to you about the Menard battery storage facility. There are hundreds of us against Menard purchasing the property adjacent to PG&E and Mills Lane for the sole purpose of building a lithium-ion battery storage facility. This is a potential hazard. This is subject to fire or explosion in a residential area. Those of us familiar with the LNU fire already know that insurance companies are canceling or not writing fire insurance in our area. As responsible planning commissioners and council members, you should deny the purchase, but if you're dead set on a battery storage facility, then the city should prohibit the lithium-ion batteries and look into salt batteries. Look into something safer. I suggest each one of you look into ESS Inc. And look at their progress and read all of their information. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else is intending to speak, you don't have to form a long line, but go ahead and take a position on the stairs or be prepared to speak. Yes, come on forward. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to speak on the batteries also. So like some of you, I attended the community meeting at Solano College campus on September 7th. During the presentation, the representatives from Emperor Energy stated that by the end of September, there would be 22,000 megawatts and 600 battery storage facilities in the United States. It was also mentioned that there have been 19 fires at US facilities, and it was downplayed by saying that it's something like 0.6%. In reality, it's 3.16%. As we know, there have been 2 more fires in the United States in the last month. This brings us to facility fires to 3.5% in the US, and that doesn't really seem like a lot. So I was thinking something's kind of off about this. You know, it just doesn't seem right. And I couldn't really put my finger on it. I was kind of thinking, is the numbers inflated for facilities? Then it hit me, and I realized all the battery storage facilities are different sizes. So using the number of facilities as your baseline doesn't really give an accurate description of everything. Some facilities are 2 megawatts, some are as large as 750. So using the numbers from Emperor Energy's presentation, 22,000 megawatts across 600 facilities. The average is only 36.66 megawatts per facility. That's much smaller than what's being proposed over here. The proposed facility on Leisure Road is almost 11 times larger than that. So instead of looking at the numbers of facilities, let's look at the number of megawatts. The proposed battery storage facility on Leisure Road would be 300 to 400 megawatts. Let's expect it will be 400 megawatts. If 22,000 megawatts are out there and had been divided into 400 megawatt facilities, like the one on Leisure Road, there'd be 55 facilities. There'd still be 21 battery storage facilities in those 55. There's been 1 fire for every 1,047 megawatts. Based on Emperor Energy's number, along with 2 fires since, a 400 megawatt facility has a 1 in 2.61 chance of catching fire. That means it is almost 11 times more likely to catch fire than the average battery storage facility. And the so-called latest and greatest LFP batteries with the POEN system, as Sarah was saying earlier, There's been 3 of them already this year that we're aware of. We've tried contacting POEN to try and get the number of facilities and megawatts that are out there. We didn't get a response. That was probably nearly a month ago. I would expect that the numbers are higher for POEN all by itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Council members and Mayor Carly. I'm here to report that I didn't get any help from the police when you referred me to last week. They basically telling me there's nothing they can do. That is the report or the line that I've gotten from all law enforcement. Last 8 years, they all say they have to go down to the local jurisdiction before they do anything. They're telling me that there's no evidence of a crime, but then they never investigate it. Don't investigate it. There is no evidence. I don't know why I'm being treated like a non-person and subject to this attack. I see that the Cyber Prevention Month proclamation was made for this month, and I will be contacting the division manager if necessary. I don't know what he can do. Well, I need help getting it. I kind of know what it is, but I can't do anything about it. And I've had all the professionals and stuff look at it, and they find it, but they won't do anything about it because they're working for another industry or something, and they can only do so much. They can't do anything outside of their work deal. So I need now this problem was known by Harley when he was the police chief. Captain Lyden when he was already retired, and former city clerk. I want to know what's going on, and I want to know why, and I want to have to do to get compensated for the damages that have been caused in the last 8 years to my computer equipment, my computer data, my life in general, and all my hardware. I can access one email account. I can't get to any other of my email accounts. I got a 24/7 surveillance on my internet, phones. It's live. Nothing I can do about it. My computer's hooked up to a domain controller as a dumb terminal. They control everything I do. I don't even have access to my own computer.
I'm going to apologize. I'm going to cut you off there. But just to let you know that I am in communication with the chief of police on your matter. And just so that it's understood from the council and the public, it's not going unnoticed. I have been in communication with the chief of police this last week. So appreciate you bringing it to the council's attention, but it's also following city staff's protocols, and I'm being informed. So.
Well, I hear something about it.
Well, I'm going to have you discuss even follow up since you're here tonight with the chief of police. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close business from the floor and bring it back to the council. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, so as I understood the changes to the agenda, we're going to be moving forward with item 9D as in David.
Yes.
Correct? Okay,
Yes.
so with that, I will introduce Ms. Emily Cantu, our Housing and Community Services Director, to introduce representatives from the Opportunity House, who will give you an update on their annual progress this year.
Good evening.
Do I go first or you go first? I can do a short intro, very short. So back in 2017, the city council did a loan modification and provided an emergency loan for Vacaville Solano Services Corporation to help with the Opportunity House that was seeing a little bit of financial difficulties at that time. The council asked for an annual report on Opportunity House, and Ashley Banta, the executive director, is here to give you that report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Ashley Banta, and I'm the new Executive Director of Opportunity House. I think I've had the pleasure of meeting with all of you. So as Emily said, I'm here to give our annual update of our impact over the last fiscal year, so fiscal year 2022 to 2023. Over the last year, Opportunity House has served 75 residents at the residential program, work to housing program, that's located at 267 Bennett Hill Court. With all of our programs, we are more than just the one work to housing shelter. We have Opportunity House, which has a 52-bed shelter. We also have My Friend's House, which is a transitional age youth shelter that serves 8 individuals at a time and up to 30 a year. And then we also work with Vacaville Unified School District on 4 of their high school locations, giving school outreach and hopefully in the new year, beginning wellness centers on their campuses. That's the goal. But what it is kind of a catch-all for children or youth that are homeless, at risk of homeless, substance abuse, mental health, a lot of the things that they're encountering, and we help guide them through the different processes. Some of those are getting their social security, some of them are getting emancipated, some of them are switching their guardianship, some of them are reunifying with family members, and sometimes it's when they turn 18, they get kicked out and they come stay at My Friend's House. And then after My Friend's House, we have about a 90-day stay with them there, and we work with them on housing navigation. That's a priority, and getting all of their benefits and everything ready for adulthood. And some move into Opportunity House because they need a little bit of a longer stay, and some are able to find permanent supportive housing through different entities in our county. Those that come to Opportunity House then are part of the Opportunity House program, so they'd be part of that 75 that we serve. Where they have up to an 18-month stay at Opportunity House, where they save 90% of their savings. They work with case managers to get a job. They work with case managers on substance use, mental health, physical health, all of the barriers that led to homelessness. And then we also have a program which is called our After Reach program, where we stay with previously homeless individuals once they secure their housing for up to 2 years. And so then last year we worked with about 35 different individuals, and we do in-home case management. So we go into their homes to continue doing those things, continue doing the financial literacy, continue helping them find their natural supports, because community is one of the biggest predictors of success. And so we really, everything from the high schools all the way up to after you get your permanent housing, work with you on finding your natural supports, finding your community, and becoming productive members of society. So I believe all the demographics, the breakdown is in your report, but I can go through with that if you want more information or if you have any questions.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate us being able to do this out of order. It might actually do some informing. Real quick, the after reach care, it seems to me that is an area that probably needs more resources, just because we know that the challenges that we deal with from the impacts of homelessness. And so, my hope is that through the relationship of the Opportunity House and everything that you're working on, really helps us as a community understand how do we do that and how do we work with our strategic partners, whether it's faith-based or all the the non-government organizations. So secondly, if you could also, just since I saw this in in recent news, just speak to the storehouse. Or
yes. I forgot to mention all the things coming up.
Yes, your thrift store.
Also, so we are proud to announce that we are reopening our thrift store on 107 Peabody. We're open for donations currently, so bring your stuff in, and we will be opening the doors on November 1st. And then also, if anyone is interested, I'll just put a plug in for Cocktails for a Cause is on November 16th at the Vacaville Museum. And it's where local businesses and organizations donate decorated trees that are up online for auction. And you can buy your tickets to taste cocktails from different local restaurants where they compete to be the cocktail winner. And then that is at our gala event, which is on November 27th.
First Festival of Trees.
And the whole festival of trees, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Silva.
Thank you. How long is so just to clarify, Opportunity House, what are the stipulations to access Opportunity House? What's the wait list? And what are the quote unquote barriers for my friend's house?
So currently, Opportunity House is a sober living environment. So you do need to be clean and sober prior to entry into the program. We do have a program that works with relapse because we understand relapse is a part of recovery, so that if you do relapse, that's not an automatic exit to your housing. It is something that we work with, and that is part of your case plan. But we do testing. My friend's house is a low barrier program. We do not do testing into that program at all. You come as you are. It is a drug-free facility though, so if you are found with, if there is any drug or paraphernalia on your being or inside the facility, you will be exited for that. But it is, again, not a requirement to be clean and sober to be at that facility. Wait lists are there for both of them. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. We do get calls constantly. And it has been something that I've talked with our city manager about, and as well as many of you about how we can better serve more of our homeless population. And the different steps and stages that are needed at every step of the way. When we work with crew, which I didn't mention, we do work with the Vacaville PD with crew, and getting all of our unsheltered community members into our coordinated entry system that goes into your JPA discussion you'll have later. But we're working as becoming an access point to get everybody enrolled into those systems. And then where's the shelter for them? Where's the housing as you work on your recovery and get clean and start breaking those barriers down? We need a step every part of the way, but maybe not having them all in one facility. So those are all discussions that we have started having, and I look forward to having more of them.
Thank you. Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Hi, Ashley. Question, something that came to mind, the youth. You said you're full, my friend's house is full right now. How do you help because it's for, what's the age for my friend?
18 to 24.
18 to 20. Oh, that's beyond. I thought maybe it might have been 16 and higher, but it's 18 to 24. So that's the transitional age group of youth.
Anything under 18 would be an unaccompanied minor. And we are looking into that, but there's a little bit more.
I was going to see how was the county working with you with that group. However, that's beyond.
We're working on it.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. How many more beds do you need?
For what?
For each?
How many more beds do we need?
Do you have a waiting list for both? Like how deep is your waiting list and what is the need?
So the waiting list for my friend's house is because there are no beds available. There's 8 people in the 8 beds that are there. The beds at Opportunity House, I believe we're at 38, I want to say. I want to say about 38 to 40 right now. It is a 52 bed shelter, but based off the dynamics of each family. So if there's a single mom with 2 kids, we're not going to jam everybody into one room. We give a little bit of semi-privacy, so each family has their own semi-private unit. So sometimes beds fluctuate a little bit in that. So how many more beds would we need?
Or bedrooms, I guess, or units?
I would say there's probably about 120 individuals on the streets right now of Vacaville, off the top of my head. And
that qualify for your program?
Not necessarily that qualify for the program the way that it is structured currently, no.
So I guess what I'm asking is the ones that qualify for your program, I recognize that we have unhoused, I think we're going to talk about that more later.
Yeah.
But as it relates specifically to the Opportunity House and my friend's house and your waiting list, is there actually names on a list, and is there a number of names on the list of people who qualify?
There is. I would have to refer exactly. And how many at Opportunity House? Probably more than 100.
Now, do they all come from our community or throughout the whole county?
Throughout the whole county.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
Thank you for the information. Just one quick question. For the Vacaville Solano Services Corporation, how many employees are there, full-time and part-time?
There are about 35 employees total, not including our thrift stores. Probably 10 full-time, the rest part-time.
All right, thanks.
I don't see any other questions up here, but I'm going to open up to the public if they wanted to comment on this presentation. I do not see any, and I will bring it back and say thank you for what you're doing at this point. I'm excited to see the store opening back up, and hopefully this is an opportunity for our community to actually support. This will be an interesting topic that we're going to discuss later, so this is helpful to know in advance. So glad that we were able to arrange it in a way for us to get some information from you. Homelessness is not going to be solved, and I do appreciate your point. And that is while there's a countywide waiting list, and this is one location, it's a matter of getting people to a point where they're ready to take a position, to have the instructions and to do that. And that's very different than somebody who might be program resistant or the challenges we're facing for the population that's unhoused right now. Really appreciate you stepping into this role, and thank you for the presentation.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. And there's no action on that, just receiving a presentation. So with that, Mr. City Manager, I believe we're back on track for item 8A.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next item before you is a public hearing related to an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve the Montessa house plans. We have a group from our city planning department led by Assistant Planner Noah Rumbaugh, who will give the first part of the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, members of the public. Tonight's presentation is an appeal hearing on the Montessa House Plans proposal. So just for some background on the project, the original Montessa subdivision was first approved in 2007 by the City Council. However, in 2012, due to market factors at the time, the development agreement for the Montessa subdivision expired. However, the City Council approved a new approval, and a new development agreement was executed in 2016. Subsequently, between 2017 and 2021, various administrative amendments to the development agreement were approved by the Community Development Director. In 2021, a series of house plans by a separate home builder were approved by the Community Development Director. And in November 2022, the final map for the Montessa subdivision was recorded. In December of 2022, the City of Vacaville's Community Development Department received a house plans application from Ascenda Capital, which is the subject of tonight's presentation. In August of this year, so 2 months ago, the Planning Commission voted 7-0 or unanimously to approve the project by reaffirming the Montessa subdivision environmental document and approving the minor design review and adjustments for the proposed house plans. Within the deadline for the appeal period for that decision, an appeal was timely filed. So just to go into a little more detail about the appeal process, the city's Land Use and Development Code identifies the City Council as the decision-making authority for any appeal of Planning Commission decisions. And so the City Council tonight will be inheriting that decision-making authority. The decision before the council tonight are a design review entitlement along with an adjustments entitlement, and then the reaffirmation of the previous environmental assessment. The project proposal is a request to construct a build-for-rent single-family home community consisting of market rate rental units in the Montessa subdivision located at 122 California Drive. On the right is a map of the project proposal. It's located south of California Drive across from El Matador Manufactured Home Park and right to the west of Keating Park and to the east of the existing Skyview subdivision. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, the final map for the project has been recorded. And so the current property owner has been constructing subdivision improvements such as streets, utilities, and grading at the project site. The project before the council tonight is for a series of house plans for the actual houses themselves to be built within the subdivision. The project has a general plan land use designation of residential low density, which allows for a density range of 3.1 to 5 dwelling units per acre. And pursuant to the California Government Code, cities cannot count ADUs and or JADUs towards this density limit. The site is also zoned residential low density with 2 different zoning designations, minimum 6,000 square foot lots and some minimum 10,000 square foot lots. And pursuant to California Government Code, all cities throughout the state must allow ADUs and JADUs in all single-family residential zones. So the items before the City Council tonight involve a determination as to whether or not the previous environmental assessment is sufficient for the project, the architecture of the project as part of a minor design review, and proposed setback reductions, limited setback reductions as part of an adjustments request. The council will also be evaluating how the proposed JADUs comply with state law. The project consists of 58 single-family homes with attached junior accessory dwelling units, or JADUs. The single-family homes range in floor area from about 1,000 square feet to about 1,300 square feet. The JADUs are limited to a floor area of 500 square feet. And then the project also proposes 53 detached ADUs, or accessory dwelling units, which have a floor area of about 800 square feet. There's 3 different house plan models, 2 single-story and 1 2-story, and they reflect 3 different architectural themes: mid-century modern, modern farmhouse, and modern prairie. The project proposal also includes a 2,400 square foot private clubhouse for the Montessa community. This slide shows some renderings of the proposed house plans. As you can see, there's the mid-century modern with the lap siding, the gable, the stone veneer, the modern farmhouse with the board and batten and the lap siding with stucco, and then the Plan 3 modern prairie with the brick wainscoting. As required by the city's municipal code, the proposed ADUs also match the architectural styles of the proposed single-family homes. And this site plan right here shows the subdivision layout, which was approved by the city council initially in 2007 and then again in 2016. As you can see, the street layout is a grid format with some paseos ranging throughout the site in order to provide access to the ADUs and the JADUs because the city's municipal code does not allow entrances to ADUs and JADUs to be on the same frontage as the main dwelling. The project proposal also includes a private clubhouse with 2,400 square feet with a leasing office and offices for the maintenance staff that are proposed for the subdivision. It also includes various amenities for project residents, including a swimming pool and a fitness room. This is just a proposed rendering of the proposed clubhouse. It reflects that mid-century modern theme that we're seeing in the houses. As part of staff's review of the proposed house plans, the planning division did review how the project complies with the city's and the state's parking requirements. For the city side, the city has jurisdiction over parking for the main dwelling. The municipal code requires at least 2 parking spaces for the main dwelling and 1 space for every 3 units for guest parking. And so the project is proposing 2 spaces for the main parking, for the main dwelling, and then on-street parking for the guest parking. State law requires that cities not require more than 1 parking space for ADUs. And so the project is exceeding that by providing 2 parking spaces for each ADU. And then state law prohibits cities from requiring parking for JADUs. And so the project is proposing to use on-street parking within the subdivision with a total of 250 spaces for a total of 482 spaces throughout the project site, which exceeds city standards and state standards. The application also includes an adjustment request to development standards because with the 2007 and 2016 approval of the Montessa subdivision, there were special setbacks that were established as conditions of approval. And so the applicant is requesting to reduce for a limited reduction to front side, and street side setbacks for the proposed house plans. Staff from the Planning Division have reviewed the proposed adjustments request and have found that streetscape design and yard area would not be compromised with the requested adjustments. As part of staff's evaluation of the project, staff also looked to see how the project complies with state law. California Government Code requires that cities enforce owner occupancy for all new JADUs unless the applicant is a housing organization. And so housing organization is defined as a qualified nonprofit corporation organized pursuant to Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code. And so the city has prepared a condition of approval that requires the applicant to record a deed restriction, granting the city the right to enforce ownership of the project site by a housing organization. And so the applicant has proposed to partner with Integrity Housing, and staff has determined that Integrity Housing does meet that definition. To further meet that definition, the applicant has also proposed income restrictions for all of the JADUs to be limited to low or moderate income for 55 years, and this is enforced again through another condition of approval. And so the table on the screen here highlights some of the income limits as defined by the California Department of Housing and Community Development for low incomes and moderate incomes. Some other conditions of approval that staff wanted to highlight include one for property maintenance. If the project is converted to a for sale project in the future, there is a condition that requires a deed restriction to be recorded, and it has to come before the council for city council's consent. The applicant must also establish an HOA with adequate reserves to maintain all of the common features such as the clubhouse. Condition number 14 requires the applicant to identify and reserve an on-site manager's unit to comply with state law. And then condition 12 is an agreement between the applicant and the city, and wherein the applicant agrees to pay twice the multifamily rate for each lot with an ADU. One of the items before the council tonight is a request to reaffirm the previous environmental assessment for the Montessa Subdivision, which is the 2007 Mitigated Negative Declaration and the 2014 Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program. And so these documents evaluated potential significant impacts of the Montessa development and concluded, and staff has reviewed those documents to see whether or not the proposed house plans would introduce any new significant impacts under CEQA or increase the severity of any previously identified significant impacts. And staff has found that no additional environmental review is required because those impacts wouldn't be severely increased and it wouldn't introduce any new significant impacts. The project does include ADUs and JADUs. However, pursuant to California Government Code, ADUs and JADUs are to be treated ministerially and without discretion. And so the city cannot require any sort of additional analyses to evaluate the environmental impacts of ADUs and JADUs because CEQA treats ministerial projects as something that is exempt. Staff has conducted various public outreach for this project ever since receiving the proposed house plans. On February 3rd, a new project notice was mailed to all residents within 600 feet of the project site. On March 16th, the city facilitated a neighborhood meeting. On August 3rd, notices were sent out to all residents within 600 feet in advance of the Planning Commission public hearing. And then on September 27th, notice was also sent out in advance of this hearing. On-site notice was also published on site. Staff also did receive one communication today from Kathy Bowman, and so that letter was forwarded to the council. And so on August 15th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing regarding the Montessa House Plans project. Various members of the public spoke during that public hearing, raising concerns about traffic, parking, wildfire evacuations, and the validity of the environmental review. Ultimately, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to approve the project with a condition to disclose noise from California medical facility activities, and this would be done by the applicant during their lease process. Within the time limit set by the municipal code, the city did receive an appeal of the Planning Commission's action submitted by Marie Beth Adams on behalf of the neighborhood group Friends of Montessa. And the appeal packet, or the appeal which was included in your packet, has a variety of different claims, one of which is the invalidity of the environmental document because it did not address new significant information such as megafires, wildfire evacuation, traffic, flooding, wetlands, lighting, and noise. The appellant also claims that the development agreement for the Montessa subdivision is invalid, that the imposition of a community facilities district on this project site is illegal, that there was an illegal transfer of city-owned land and illegal grading conducted on site, that the subdivision improvement agreement is invalid, that the separate house plans application from a different home builder is also invalid, and that the regulatory agreement for the project contains erroneous details. As attachment 3 to the staff report, staff has prepared a response to the appeal summarized in this slide right here. Staff has found that the project does not create any new significant impacts and therefore no further environmental review is required pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. Additionally, the appellant's claims that the development agreement has expired and is therefore invalid. Staff believes that that is not true because the development agreement was extended before the expiration dates. The Montessa project site was annexed into CFD number 12 in 2021, which was prior to this house plans application being received. The applicant has voluntarily agreed to pay twice the amount of the multifamily assessment for CFD 12. Additionally, the applicant hasn't identified any funding source for the affordability of their project yet. And so any accusation that it's illegal per state law is speculative at the moment. Additionally, the appellant's claim that the city transferred land to the applicant is false. In 2020 or 2021, upon approval of the final map, the city did quit claim an easement to the property owner of the site due to the easement no longer being used. The appellant's claim that the subdivision improvement agreement is invalid is also not true because the subdivision improvement agreement does not contain any clause that says that failure to record the agreement invalidates the agreement. And the improvement agreement has since been recorded by the current property owner who is conducting those subdivision improvements. The appellant also claimed that the house plans by a separate home builder, Discovery Builders, their time extension application was invalid. However, those house plans are separate from the project that is being appealed tonight. And then lastly, the appellant claimed that the regulatory agreement included with the Planning Commission's packet contained erroneous information. However, staff noted in the staff report for the Planning Commission packet and for the City Council tonight that regulatory agreement that is attached to the resolution is just an example of how to regulate the JDUs, and that a more project-specific regulatory agreement will come before the City Council at a future date. And so to conclude, staff believes that the appeal is without merit and that the Planning Commission's decision was based on the following findings: that the project meets the required findings for approval, that it complies with the general plan, zoning, and state law, and that it complies with the city's development standards as conditioned. And so staff recommends that the City Council, by simple motion, deny the appeal, reaffirm the Montessa Subdivision Mitigated Negative Declaration and Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, and the Vacaville General Plan Final Environmental Impact Report and Supplemental Final Environmental Impact Report, and approve the minor design review and adjustments request for the Montessa house plans, subject to the conditions of approval. And so that concludes staff's presentation. We're here to answer any questions if the council has any questions.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. City Manager. I know that there is another presentation to go with this, so it would probably behoove us to go that route next.
At this time, you'll want to invite the appellant up to make their presentation.
Okay. Yeah, that's absolutely. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Thank you very much. You guys worked real hard. Noah, thank you for stopping by the house.
If you could just pull the microphone down just a little bit.
There we go.
There we go.
You guys did a great job on the staff report. Thank you. We're just trying to get our concerns across the board here. You are correct in very many things. The main concern, the appeal is huge. Our appeal was huge. We put a lot of things in there. Didn't mean to waste your time, but we feel very strongly about how 2007 is when the development agreement and all that was put into place. 2007 to 2023. That's 16 years of stuff. We're personally having a hard time saying that the environment has not changed in 16 years. We have mega fires. We'll have traffic issues. I drive by it at least twice a day. I know. I was part personally of the evacuation, the 2 fires. I've got 90-year-old parents. That was not fun. There was a lady that came to the Planning Commission. She was just in tears about how she couldn't get her kids out. So that, for me, those are 2 things that should be looked at before the negative, the M&D is approved. That's the main thing. There's this huge, I put in a lot of work into a presentation that probably might bore y'all. Like now that I'm sitting here thinking about it, it's like, this is a lot. This stuff goes above everybody's head. Plain language, real talk. I'm worried about the fires, worried about the traffic. I'm also worried about the CFD. I'm appreciative that the developer agreed to pay twice the amount for the CFD. Matters not when it was placed to me, but who pays those fees? Does that come out of the developer's pocket, or does it come out of the renter's pocket? If it comes out of the renter's pocket, then you're pulling it out of their income range, because they're going to be charging more rent. So that kind of defeats the whole purpose of having low-income housing. Kind of with the build to rent is not what we thought. It got changed administratively before those of us who live in the area had an opportunity to speak about it. And I appreciate, he left. Anyway, I appreciate all the work that goes in that. I used to work in planning, redevelopment and planning. I used to be deputy city clerk. So, and I used to be where Noah sits. So I understand. But administratively, that kind of change, whether it's allowed in the city ordinance or not, really should have been brought to the people. That's a huge change.
Or is the build to rent?
Yes, it was when we first heard it in 2007. It was single family homes, period, for sale. I understand the property's changed a couple times. I understand how that goes. 2007, 2023, a lot of things happened. Again, a lot of things happened in 16 years. We never got the opportunity to talk about the change to build a rent. So that's something I'm bringing up. With the community facilities, the setbacks, and the build to rent, these were new aspects that were not considered under CEQA. We understand it was done before all the changes, but it should have been looked at under CEQA. Let me go through here. Real talk. I understand about the final map not being approved in time. I get it. I had a whole slide with the timeline. You don't want to see that either. But because the way I looked at it, the subdivision improvement agreement wasn't recorded until last month. And so that by the city's own term kind of violates the whole thing, because on page 5, 20 of 29, the Montessa development agreement says that such a development agreement will, anyway, all this will expire. Now, I don't know if that goes with the subdivision improvement agreement. I will admit that I don't think that.
To help me understand what you're saying, you're saying the subdivision improvement agreement, from your view, had expired?
I think so. I think so. I'm sure staff is definitely more up to date on that than I am. We just did a quick deep dive, and I appreciate Noah. You did a great job. So I get it, but I think all the grading that was done before the subdivision improvement agreement was approved, that should have not happened. because it wasn't approved. It wasn't approved or filed. Could be wrong. Again, CFDs, who's going to pay those? And so my request, very least, is reverse the decision of the Planning Commission, reaffirm the previous MND, and approve the design review. Again, you hear I'm not talking anything about design review, not a thing. The houses look pretty. It's great, JDU, ADOs, great idea. We do need housing. I am not against redevelopment or development of any kind. Obviously, used to be my job. Okay, what I'm worried about is a document being so old that it's refusing to take in consideration the changes that are here now in 2023, such as the mega fires. I can stand on that all day long. How can you not want to look at mega fires? Personally affected. In the next few years, when I take over my family's house, I'll be driving by that more than twice a day. So it's a concern. The second thing that I'm asking for is require further analysis of the impacts of the project, including the necessity of another environmental document. And this one, maybe not so much, but okay, require independent legal opinion as to the validity of the development agreement, final map, illegal CFD condition, and design review application. I'm not going to stand too hard on that, but that's in my appeal. But thank you very much for your time and for listening, and hope you have a positive consideration. Thank you.
So let me just ask one question. There's a lot of things here, and I wrote down some questions, and clearly questions for staff as far as part of this appeal. No, this is, I appreciate you doing this.
No, I have another question. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
absolutely.
There was, in part of the evacuation conditions or plan, they mentioned the evac route of California Drive, Peabody, whatever. But they mentioned that Solstice Road, Autumn Valley Way, and Peridot Road. I never saw those on a map. Are those new roads? Are they going to be put in? Because they don't exist today, at least on Google, and not that I know of.
So name those streets again.
The streets are Solstice Road, Autumn Valley Way, and Peridot Road. I know about Skyview. Skyview's there, but I don't know about these three other roads. So where are they?
Okay. Yeah, they don't sound familiar to me either. So,
No,
all right.
no. Anyway, guys, thank you for being so kind to me. I appreciate it. And talk with you soon, I guess.
Yeah, I appreciate it. There's going to be some more questions, but I certainly appreciate you bringing this appeal forward for us to be able to ask our own questions as well. So thank you. There are some questions here. I've got a list of them, but if you have a few of them yourself that you might be able to answer. One in particular is, not lost me, I hear the comment, the document is so old, and I realize that there is, from a CEQA perspective, there is the code that says ministerial process negates this, but the reality is could you at least also help us? Obviously, we're not the Planning Commission, they've reviewed it already, but a synopsized version of the CEQA process, and from her concern, and that is so much has changed. Can you expand on the whole issue of how CEQA focuses on the impact from the surrounding area onto the property versus the property and the changes that it appears to be almost tripling in capacity? I have my own issues when it comes to the state having a government code that says you can't look at that as density, but that's not law yet. I mean, that is the law and it hasn't been changed yet. So if you would, please.
The discussion about CEQA can be started when we look at the purpose of what CEQA is intended to do, which is analyze how a project is going to impact our existing environment, our baseline, whatever was evaluated at that particular time, measured how this particular residential development would impact the city's resources, biological resources that were at the site, any natural resources. That's the intent of CEQA, is how projects are going to impact our existing environment. What the courts have already determined is that CEQA doesn't evaluate how your existing environment is going to affect those existing residents. And so the courts have already said that that is not what CEQA is intended to do, mainly because you've got precious resources that need to be protected, need to be identified and disclosed to the public, and you want the public to be aware of how this, whatever the project is going to impact those resources. So that's the number one thing CEQA is intended to do, is provide disclosure for the decision-making process. So the reason why we don't look at whether or not megafires are going to affect these existing residents is because that's not the way that CEQA works. We look at whether there are incremental changes that are created when new projects are brought forward. So in the event of the 2007 evaluation of that environmental document, it looked at what would happen, what are the impacts associated with adding new residential units on this area of land. There were biological resources that were evaluated, traffic impacts with new vehicle trips that were evaluated. What would happen to our city storm drain, sewer and water? Do we have enough of those facilities? What kind of roadway improvements would need to be done in order to be able to accommodate the new traffic? Those were the types of things that were evaluated. Wildfires were also a concern at that time, and they're also disclosed as part of that environmental document. So you have a snapshot in time in 2007 that says this is what this project would do to our existing environment. In 2016, they looked again, City Council at that time looked again at that environmental document and determined that, you know what, it looks the same subdivision of land, the same number of units, things like that. It's the same type of impacts that we could expect to see by these projects. The developer is still going to be required to widen the roadway in front of it. They're still going to be required to install masonry walls up against portions of the property that would protect them from water flow from the hillside. They are still obligated to conduct surveys for wildlife species and to mitigate for the removal of any foraging habitat that species would use. The developer is still required to install sewer, stormwater, and water infrastructure in order to be able to serve these residents. And so in 2016, City Council said, you know what, this is still good enough. In the same fashion, when we look at house plans, we look at the incremental changes. So the same subdivision improvements have been installed or are currently working to be installed by the property owner under the same approval and the same assumptions that were made by that original environmental document. They're still looking at putting the same roadways that were laid out. They're still grading the same number of lots. They're still putting in the same masonry walls, sewer, stormwater. They're still widening the same roadways. When we look at CEQA, we will look at what's the incremental change that's occurring between that original analysis and this new project. And it boils down to they're adding junior accessory dwelling units and they're adding accessory dwelling units. And so what CEQA says is that change significant enough to warrant conducting a brand new analysis? So the state has jumped in on these types of scenarios and already said no for a couple reasons. One is there's a housing crisis in the state and there's a need to provide more housing. And so outright you have junior accessory dwelling units that any homeowner can convert the garage, they can convert a portion of their house, they can add on a portion of their house to make a 500 square foot addition for aging family members, for adding generational family into their home. The state says you don't have to do that environmental review for that, whether it's individually on a single lot, whether it's cumulatively if you're adding a ton of them to an area, because the whole point is adding housing. The state has also spoken up when it comes to accessory dwelling units, which are a little bit bigger. They can range from 800 square feet to 1,200 square feet if they're attached or detached. The state has said, as long as you comply with setbacks, as long as you have room on your lot, as long as you're providing or you're meeting the standards that the municipality or that the state has established, no environmental review has to take place. Again, taking from the idea that there's a housing crisis and they've written into state law that no environmental review has to be conducted. And so when we look at CEQA, we look at what's the incremental change of this particular project creating on that existing environment. That's the letter of the law. Is we're looking at how do the new junior ADUs and the accessory dwelling units create new impacts. We still have the same sewer infrastructure that the developer is looking at doing, same water, same storm drain. We've had our utilities department look at that infrastructure, see it is still good enough to accept these accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. Traffic engineering has confirmed that the roadways are wide enough and available to accept the additional capacity with those residents. And the fire department's reviewed this particular, and they have even better access with these roadways to be able to get to these hillside areas to fight certain circumstances like wildfires. So with that long-winded explanation, that's what led us to the interpretation that CEQA allows for the reaffirmation. The same thing is, we've looked at this environmental document, it's still good for this particular project because the additional accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units wouldn't present a new significant impact because the same infrastructure, the same grading, the same type of improvements are still there to serve these future residents.
A couple other questions. There was one on who pays the CFD. This is a build for rent. I assume, but I don't want to assume, but I assume that this is one of those where the property is owned by the entity. They're responsible for those CFDs, correct?
That's correct.
And then the other was your assessment on the traffic or the parking, excuse me. If I understood that right, the JADUs are determined to be on-street parking?
Correct. Right now, the way that our municipal code is written is there's no parking requirements for junior accessory dwelling units. It's intended to entice people to be able to add more living space or convert their garages for living space. So it's
Is that a city policy? Is that a state policy?
Both.
Which one's more restrictive, the cities or the states?
States.
And then also, there was a question about grading before that it shouldn't have happened. Can you explain what that, if you can refer back to what her appeal was, somehow that there was work being done that shouldn't have happened?
The work was allowed to happen. It was approved by city council. The way that the process works is a developer or private property owner will get their approval to subdivide their land to build their project. And then there's a set of subsequent tasks that have to happen. The city has to review the improvement plans to make sure that all the more detailed improvements are done in accordance with city standards. The developer is required to provide the city with a final map that shows how they're going to slice up the land that's there now in accordance with city standards. And so each of those components are brought before city council by our public works department for consideration. Once city council says, you know what, you meet all of our standards, you're showing how you are complying with that original approval, that original development agreement that was issued in 2016, then it's signed, final maps recorded at the assessor's office, and the developer can move forward with grading their particular project in accordance with that original approval. And that's what's occurring right now at the site, is you have that project that was approved in 2016. They have approvals to be able to do that. There is a change to that original residential component, but a change that a property owner is seeking to make for their residential product doesn't cause all of their previous approvals to be put on hold until that's remediated or until they get a secondary approval. They still have the approvals to install all of that infrastructure as originally approved, cut up the final map so that way it shows all those individual lots. They're still obligated to do those, and a lot of that is regulated through a subdivision improvement agreement with the Public Works Department.
Question about the change from single residential lots to a build to rent. I hear this in the appellant's testimony. Can you speak to that as far as what rights do developer has to not necessarily include a community discussion to make what you would call a change that did not come to any other consideration? Are there any rules, regulations associated to, instead of for sale, to build to rent?
So the rules are identified in a municipal code. It's called design review. It means that you had an original approval that said you were going to do single-family homes on these lots. Now you want to do something different. And we have a development review process that engages the community, that notifies the community. And that's what that process was that we conducted, leading to a public hearing with the Planning Commission. That's what that process is intended to inform the community, provide them an avenue where they can be incorporated. We had a neighborhood meeting that was for this that helped provide us feedback as well as the developer feedback about what the community thought about this particular project. And then all of that information is presented to the Planning Commission. So that's what that process is intended to do, is to not do a switch where there's no accountability. It's to provide accountability so that way it's in the light.
So then bringing it to the Planning Commission, having the hearing and the community notification, that met and satisfied requirement?
Correct. And usually a design review that involves house plans are a staff level discretionary review entitlement that is subject to the Director of Community Development's approval. But because of the feedback that we received from the community at the neighborhood meeting and the public interest in the project, our director determined that it was of special consideration that involved a public hearing process with the Planning Commission. And so it was elevated to that decision-making authority to the Planning Commission.
And do you have an answer for those streets that I've not heard of?
Yes, those are the new street names of the subdivision.
I suspected they were. They're not streets that are in existence today.
And I will note that as part of our review of the final map, we do send those names over to our dispatch team to make sure that they're aware of, are these street names replicated anywhere else? Are there pronunciation issues, things like that?
Councilmember Silva.
Thank you. So it kind of goes out I think so you very thoroughly explained the issues that we have with meeting California code. So I appreciate that. I think maybe this question is more for the chief. It kind of goes outside of that. Chief Concepcion, or I have just a general question. So what I really hear from the resident is the concern about evacuation, concern about fire risk. Could you maybe elaborate more on what goes into what goes more into ensuring that folks, that there's weed abatement, different ways that we protect residents from fire risk and evacuation.
And I think the other piece of that was a comment about mega fires and
Correct.
there are changes today versus in the past, given our history with LNU.
So it's each project is evaluated separately and then also from a holistic view as far as the entire community. So our fire marshal, who I just recently left the meeting, but she will evaluate, and her staff will evaluate each project to make sure that all the fire prevention regulations are in place, and mostly that there is access, both ingress as far as emergency vehicles are concerned, and then in case a community has to be evacuated, that there are sufficient routes as far as evacuation routes and access for the residents that are trying to get out of the neighborhood. And then there's also clearance requirements. I don't have them at the top of my head, but we make sure that the developer complies with all of that.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And question for Chief, other Chief Smuchler. So quick question. So regarding evacuation, if things are bottlenecked and residents got to get out that are more at risk of immediate danger from fire, like literally immediate danger from fire, how is the police department prepared to help mitigate traffic to get it flowing?
So we obviously we work in conjunction with the fire department, and once we determine the specific neighborhoods that need to be evacuated quickly, we have several different methods to do that. We have reverse, it's similar to a reverse 911 call system. We also have patrol units that are called off of everything else. Of course, this is would be a huge priority in our city. So all on-duty staff would be responding to this particular incident, going up and down each and every one of the residential streets with, the PA systems, the lights and sirens on to get folks out. And then we would have specific personnel staffed at the sort of the choke points where we could get traffic flowing in one direction, both sides of the road. So essentially, say North Alamo at Monte Vista, you have a southbound and a northbound roadway. We'd have both of those going southbound pretty much nonstop, obviously allowing for the Monte Vista traffic as well. So we've talked about these. We actually utilized a smaller version of these during the LNU complex fire. Very early in the morning, it was still dark. And it worked really well for us then. Since then, we've just, continued to expand what that looks like. And then with the new software that the county has out in terms of, identifying the specific evacuation zones that are going to be affected and notified, that speeds things up even further.
So just to clarify, there have been, even from the evacuations from years past, there's continues to be improvements in our systems, the communication and technology as we move forward.
Yes, absolutely. In 2021, early 2021, we actually switched to the digital radio system that allows us pretty much to communicate with everybody in the county via a couple switches on the actual radio itself. That was about 4 or 5 months after the LNU complex fire occurred. So we could have used that then, but we still had, we had patchwork systems that helped us out then, but now it's much more seamless and quicker, far quicker.
And then last question, if residents in the area or the lady that spoke, if they have any further questions or anything more details, is it okay for them to reach out to you all directly or?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Either via the city's website, the individual PD and fire pages, we'll get answers to those questions immediately.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Fire Chief, a question for you. I'm sorry. At what point, when a new developer is coming in and the development agreement is being established, are you involved at that time with questions? For you to be able to plan how you would operate in the event of a mega fire?
As far as a development agreement is concerned, not really, no.
When do you come in?
When a specific project is put before us and for our review.
After it's built?
No, before it's built and before it's approved. Yeah.
Before it's approved, before it goes to the planning commission? I'm trying to see at what, when a developer comes in, pulls its permit and says, we're ready to go. When do you come in to prepare or do your assessment about what would be needed and how a mega fire would affect that area? Does that make it? Am I clear?
It does. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts to that as far as, all the different factors that are taken into consideration. Some of the things that we're involved in way early is when a piece of property or a piece of land is taken into consideration as being and what is going to be used for. We take into consider how many housing units are taken in, and then the considerations that are taken in place at that point is how much more service is this going to need, both from a public safety standpoint, and we're involved in some of those conversations. But when it comes to specific risk assessments and prevention measures and evacuations and things like that, When a project comes before us and for review, that's when we get involved.
Maybe the PRC, just, I think that's.
So if I can just expand a little bit on this, because the development agreement is a tool used in the development process, but the actual development of the property can happen, as this project points out, in a variety of different stages. And so I can assure you that every department that is involved in the city's development process, police department, fire department, and all the development departments are at the table evaluating subdivision maps to see how they're accessed, to see their impacts on the surrounding properties and everything. So absolutely, the fire department is there at the table looking at the map, looking at the accessibility, how they can get in and out of the subdivision, all those things that the chief mentioned in response to Councilmember Silva's comments. So development agreement's kind of an administrative thing that talks about how to make things happen and trigger timing of improvements and things like that. So to the chief's point, they're not really involved in that piece, except for if there's a negotiation for like contributing to a fire station or something like that. But in most cases, they're not at the table. But as far as subdivision designs and project improvements, they're absolutely at the table with all of our other departments.
Okay, so that's raw data when they come into play. In order for you to share with them, well, I'm sorry, this plan won't work because we need excess here, here, here. So that's what I'm trying to find out. At what point, at what time do you come in and to tell them? So for this particular development, wouldn't, you know what I'm asking?
I know you are, and I can turn it over specifically to the planners because they route the project to all the departments. And this project was routed to all the departments for review and comment. And as the chief mentioned, the fire marshal looks at it, that even though it's very similar to what was previously approved because it has the same 59 lots with a primary resident, now that it has those additional units that are allowed by state legislation, the planning department sent that out to everybody to look at it and said, okay, are these units accessible? Does it create an additional problem for your accessibility, for your serviceability and all those things? And the conclusion that they came to was no, it does not.
Okay, that's where I was going because the plans changed from the original single family homes to add the ADUs and the deal. Yes. And so it's really after the fact. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
The other thing I wanted to inquire about, you had mentioned there was the question about the city giving away property, and you said, and in your presentation, you mentioned a quick claim deed taking place. Will you address that?
Yeah, so as prior to the final map being recorded, the city had an easement on the property that allowed them to access the well on the top of the hill near this project site. That easement allowed the city to be able to travel through the property owner's private property to be able to access that dam. And so as part of the final map approval process, the Public Works Department requested that the City Council give a quick claim for that easement to basically give that easement back to that property owner because as part of the subdivision improvements, these new streets would be created and those would give the city the access that they needed in order to access that dam on the hill. And so that was all done through the final map review process that was approved by City Council.
Okay. And last, I had know your zone written down here, but yeah, my notes are limited, so I'm going to have to say I'm finished.
So your zone is the emergency notification.
Yeah, I know what it is, but I don't know why I have it written down.
If it comes back to you. Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, most other council members asked questions I had, so I'll just go to that issue I brought up once before. I know, and I believe it's in the safety element, is that our policy within the city is that any development with more than 20 units must have 2 exits. And I don't believe an emergency access route qualifies as a valid entrance or exit to a development. So it's like one and sometimes entrance. I was wondering if there's an update on that because I know we do have that policy where it's more than 20 units requires 2 exits out of a development.
So is that a question as,
Yeah, I'm just wondering how this made it through with only one entrance and exit.
because the emergency vehicle access are considered a secondary point of access by our development review team, which includes the fire department.
All right, well, I mean, I know that kind of gets it for the emergency vehicle, but it's like in terms of, say we do have another LNU and there is gridlock and they may not be able to get to that and we just need people out of there because ultimately this is on the WUI, the wildland urban interface. So the fire will be coming down the hill. So if we do need people out, that is where I have an issue with was it the 58 units and 53 JDUs or ADUs. So there's upwards to possibly 150 vehicles that need to get out of one channel there, one egress route, which I don't think really meets the evacuation needs for that area. So I'd really like to see that emergency vehicle access somehow modified to an actual route that exits out of the development. Because if it is locked where people can use it, but it's locked, more than likely somebody can't get there in time, enough time for people to actually exit that if they do need to get out. Because we have quite a few of these in the city now. It's like the likelihood of them being unlocked is very small if there's another major fire. So to me, that doesn't meet the standard of 2 exits from a development for emergency purposes. My comments on that. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Wyland.
Thanks for the presentation. There are just several questions about the whole project because it was so vastly different, even though you say it's not really different. They just put ADUs and ADUs. When you like triple the amount of people that are going to be there from 58 to like 3 times that, to me, that's a big difference. So when you say the infrastructure is the same and the grading's the same, doesn't like each ADU have to have like the sewer and the water and all that? So isn't that the infrastructure is going to be different than having one main building on there? Or not really?
The individual properties will have separate laterals that will connect to the infrastructure in the middle of the street. The sizing of the lines in the middle of the street for the sewer, stormwater, and water lines. We checked with our utilities department and they did calculations to confirm that the additional units would still be served by the water pressure flow and by the sewer.
Because I did drive by today, and so you're saying that it's all going to be the same infrastructure. All right, and so then like when the final map was approved, the first final map, not this final map, but so that was all approved, and then all of a sudden, you know, the project changed drastically. So was the land sold, or is there just a different builder, or what happened there? Just I think the land was sold. Is that correct?
I think for that question, it might be wise to bring up the applicant to explain how the selling of the property was.
Why don't you come forward?
Christian Seabrian on behalf of the applicant. So the Discovery Builders still owns the land. I don't know if they own it.
They still own it?
They do. And so my client is seeking the vertical improvement approvals. And so Discovery Builders today, like the current status of the site, the photo is actually a little out of date. It's all curb and gutter and streets are now in and paved. And so our role in this is really the vertical structures only. And then there would be a transaction with Discovery Builders later in time.
And your client is?
Ascenda.
Ascenda. Okay. And then Integrity Housing is the third party in there, and they're doing
That's
the
correct.
building?
So they would be the owner entity, or they would be in control of the owner entity. So that's a second transaction that would take place.
Okay. So is there any regulations that they will maintain and do the maintenance? And so, I mean, I guess they own it. They're going to buy the buildings, and then the people will pay the rent to them. And so for that, they will do the maintenance and do the operations and run the whole show.
Correct. It will be professionally managed with several full-time on-site employees. There'll be, I believe, and we do have a representative that give me more details on the staffing, but I believe there are about 4 full-time staffers for the tract, as well as a manager, on-site manager that actually lives there. And we have conditions of approval related to maintenance. And so it would be the goal is obviously to have a good-looking, well-maintained community, because that's what gets you renters. It's
All right. And so since things have changed, so is there any stipulation that they will be there and do that for X amount of time, or can they decide we're going to sell the houses instead of rent them, or sell them a little bit at a time, or?
So we worked through that with staff because there was that concern. And so as this project is conditioned, it will be owned by a single owner unless you, the city council, approve lots going out in the future.
So they can't change that without our approval?
It's coming back to you if it was to ever change the business plan.
Right. And then the JADUs are supposed to be deed restricted, is that correct? For 55 years?
That's correct.
But then all other things, the single house and the ADU are going to be market rate?
Correct.
And so I think that is where those double CFD fees are going to be in the rent for those people, because I don't think the owner will pay it. I think the rents will go up for that if they're just market rate. So I just hope that, I mean, the whole issue is we need this housing, we need this price point, but if it's market rate and then they're going to be, so I don't know if it's going to be the middle price that we want. That's what I'm asking.
So,
is it going to be what we're looking for?
So the way with the CFD fees, we're in CFD 12, as are the adjacent tracts, and so that double assessment is the double multifamily assessment, and the property owner, the single property owner of the whole project, is going to pay it. And the way market rents work is you can't rent a unit saying, oh, we have the CFD fees, so you're going to pay $500 more a year or $1,000 more a year yourself. The rent's the market, because someone goes to another rental unit if we're charging more. And so the owner makes less profit.
All right, except, okay. So that's really what I was concerned about is, and another group that was here said, we're going to make them park in the garage. Are you also going to make them park in the garage? Because parking is going to issue with all those cars. So I don't know if that's part of this.
My understanding is the
deal too.
leases do have a requirement that you have to keep you can't store in your garage. It has to be available for a vehicle.
All right. Well, thanks. Those are my questions.
Open up to the public now for comment.
I'm Wendy Brecken. Been a resident here for 32 years. I've also done some work in environmental law. In response to the CFD issue, this CFD is not valid. The staff says in its staff report they don't have authority to impose the CFD because it's a nonprofit organization and it's a 501c3. You can't have property taxes or impose ad valorem taxes on a 501c3. So because of the fire danger, this property's burned 4 times in recent times. The developer has sort of said, oh, well, we'll pay into the fire fund by doing this twice the multifamily rate for CFDs. But I think there's no authority to do that. Because again, like Ms. Wiley said, and others have said, you're going to be looking at increasing rents. And this is affordable housing. This is a nonprofit for a reason. You're looking at affordable housing. And I don't see how the JADU is the only deed restricted parcel. That doesn't even make sense. The whole parcel is nonprofit. They should all be deed restricted. The issue about mitigated negative deck and reaffirming the CEQA that was done in 2007. That was a while ago. Mega fires have happened since then. And as Mr. Roberts says, it burns down the hill right there. And if we can go back a slide, I think it showed access points. And Mr. Roberts had said that there's only one street in and out that the cars can go in and out of. In addition to that, the grand jury report in 2020-21 entitled Solano County is not prepared for future emergencies says after receiving evacuation warnings, those leaving Fairfield face gridlock because of Vacaville and Travis Air Force Base traffic, especially Peabody and Vanden roads. And then also many residents experience gridlock on surface streets between cities. And that's also in cities. There was a woman here at the Planning Commission who had her infant baby in the car and couldn't move for hours trying to leave that area during the LNU complex fire. So I don't believe that the fire department does look at evacuation routes when they're looking at projects. I don't think that's considered. I think they look at the fire code and whether the project complies with the fire code, which is completely different from this issue of a mega fire coming down the hill and jumping the freeway. And I mean, that's all new. So it's a new circumstance, and CEQA does say new circumstances for a project mean that you can take another look, reevaluate. Maybe not the whole project, but just the new circumstance, maybe just the mega fire, maybe the fact that this is a build to rent community, which has never been considered before. There was never going to be management leading the way on how residents should behave before. So I have a lot more to say, but.
Thank you. Else? Come forward.
I'd be lying if I didn't say I was a little frustrated, but I'm going to speak to like something as far as like no one has said the word densely populated area. Everyone kind of is going around and saying how it's all going to be. This is going to be a very densely populated area. And this gentleman who seems to think that there's going to be no significant difference between whether it was single family or 3 separate structures on the same property and then handling it pretty much the same way, I find that a little hard to accept. And I appreciated this gentleman's comments regarding getting in and out. Your comments in actually holding a little more accountability in these grandiose explanations that people get bogged down in words rather than in just some specifics. And so I just had to make a little comment about that. And that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. Good evening.
Armando Orozco. I actually live on one of those lots adjacent to the project at 155, and that egress route that you talked about, Jason. It's the only fire access for the city right next to my house, and the one that they just added, to me, it's not sufficient because the last fire that was in that area, without this project, it was pretty much locked up. You couldn't leave, you couldn't get in. I did not evacuate. I stayed there with the water hose, and that saved my house. So, and I remember that very well. So that's something to think about. And one mitigating factor that you can't control is the wind. I don't know if you looked at that, but that is a very, very high wind area coming over the peak there. And I don't know what kind of resources you'd have to, deploy, but that fire is going to get to the homes, unfortunately. Regarding the project change, as a resident there, I was pretty surprised on how quickly things went from it was going to be a single family home project to what it is now. And even though it's under review, there's construction going on big time, 6 days a week, 7 o'clock till 5:30, and Saturdays. So there's a hurry to get things done there. Lastly, quality of life. We're talking about affordability for people, and there's also the issue of quality of life, excuse me, for the residents there. One of the questions that came up in our own neighborhood was, how does this impact our home values in terms of home equity, et cetera? And lastly, the most recent information on our insurance, my insurance, is that it's considered a high-risk fire area. both PG&E and my insurance company recognize that. So my question is, why would they build in a high-risk area? You know, because it's going to be, you know, complicated for everybody. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Comments. My name is Joseph Gasper. I live 3 houses down from Armando there. And we were living there when the fire occurred the last time. And we couldn't get out. We ended up in the McDonald's parking lot in our car all night. There was no way farther than that. We never know if our home was still standing when we got back in there. I'm telling you right now, changing this from 59 single family units to 179 rental units, you're not going to get people out of that neighborhood when there's a fire. It's not going to happen. And you guys are going to all be responsible for that. That in mind. When you mention the second exit, it's like they need more than a second exit. There's going to be, you know, the number of cars that are going to be parked there are going to be much greater than what you're anticipating. I've got a neighbor next door that has 9 vehicles parked in front of his house, okay? And everybody in this neighborhood can tell you that. And these people aren't going to be limited to one parking spot or one place on the street. And I can guarantee with how small these units are, they're not going to be using their garages for their cars. I've got a neighbor next door that has 3 cars, or a 3-car garage. There's never been a car parked in the garage. And these are much larger homes. These people are going to have, the bedrooms are 10 by 10. There's no place to put anything. Where are you going to put something if you live in a house that small? All my comments, and take that into consideration. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else? I'm going to close the public comment on this item and bring it back to the council. If there are any additional questions, and also given the fact that from the opportunity to have you share your appeal, there may be a question that has come out of this, but I do know that there is an issue of density. I appreciate hearing that. I know that there's been a lot of frustration by myself and others on the council that the state of California has rendered us having the inability to consider density, which I think is a real challenge with Sacramento, looking at what some of our local issues are. But one of the questions that I do believe came out was the CFD not valid. There's no authority to levy that on a nonprofit. Just for clarification, there's still a property owner. There's a nonprofit to manage, or can you explain that? Yes, why don't you come forward? Because there is an entity of ownership, and yet then there's management of the equivalent of, you've got a property that's an on-site manager.
So the owner entity will have its managing member be the nonprofit, but that is not the test for whether you can impose a CFD or not. The test is whether you qualify for the welfare exemption. And to do that, not only do you need to be a nonprofit for housing, you also need to have certain government financing, which there's been no commitment to. And also, the welfare exemption already existed for general taxes, and a CFD is a special tax, which wasn't included in that welfare exemption. So there was a recent new state law that expanded it to CFDs. But in preparation for this hearing, when I looked, it says that that's a prospective exemption. And if you've already adopted the ordinance imposing the special tax, the property wouldn't qualify, because that helps with the budgeting of the CFDs. And so in this case, CFD 12 has been around for quite a while. I mean, well, I think over a decade. I could be wrong on that, but it's before 2020. And in that case, when I looked at the ordinance has already been adopted. You aren't planning to adopt a new ordinance for CFD 12. So the special taxes already being imposed were already within the CFD 12. So not only do we not qualify for the welfare exemption to our knowledge yet, it doesn't look like this exemption for special taxes would even apply. It might apply for regular taxes, but for special taxes, it looks like it wouldn't even be a starter as far as my review of the statute.
Councilmember Stockton.
Thank you for the presentation. I think what's concerning is that we're unable to give surrounding neighborhoods or even the council at the time realistic expectations about what these communities are going to look like. And it's disappointing to have people make these humongous financial investments thinking they're going to live next to 51 homes, and now it's significantly bigger. It seems pretty clear from your presentation, and thank you for the presentation, that what they're asking for falls within the laws that are related to both the state and the municipal codes surrounding ADUs and junior ADUs and all this stuff. What frustrates me is that these, and this is more of a statement than a question, but what frustrates me is how with confidence as decision makers up here can we ensure to the public that what we approve is what gets built next to their home. With the extended amounts of time, like this project, 16, 17 years, I truly believe that the people that were sitting right where I'm sitting right now had the best of intentions about building a beautiful neighborhood next to existing homes that look like what was proposed. That's not what these folks are getting. So my concern is, and I guess my question or challenge to the council or to our planning department is, what strategies do we have the authority, or can we give ourselves the authority through, the municipal code to protect our community from things like this? I can't, we come here, every 2 weeks, and it just seems like more often than not, we're being told that we have to make a decision on something we really can't make a decision on. And I hate it. I hate it. It's because they have the right to build what they're building. Like the government says they can do this, and there's nothing we can do. And if we disagree, there's litigation and lawsuits and all sorts of things that we open the city up to. So I guess what I'm hoping to accomplish from this is, because it's disappointing for all these folks that are in the audience, is what can we do better? And so I'd like to meet with you, Aaron, and with the staff, and also with community members, because some of our best ideas come right from you. So I hope that these same conversations are happening at a state level. That's not, I think they'll listen. I hope they'll listen. I certainly am willing to listen, but I agree with you, Councilmember Roberts. I'd really like to see at least another driveway into this thing, or an ingress, egress full time for this. You can see on the surrounding neighborhoods that there's that fire access road that kind of goes around it. That's missing here too. So I'd like to see that. I don't know if we can demand that or not. That seems to be the frustration, is I really don't know, or I'm comfortable saying, like, truly knowing what we can change about this when we're being told that everything meets the current municipal and state requirements. So whether we like the project or don't like the project, I'm curious, what do we have the authority to change? Can we add this driveway or no?
And I think that's based upon what's the appeal that's in front of us.
Correct.
But I would voice the sense that in an emergency exit, there's the ability to push out for safety, and everyone knows what an emergency exit looks like. But a locked pole is not, okay, there's an emergency egress. Great for the fire trying to get through something, but it's not the panic, like, I have nowhere else to go, and I can't get out of that locked pole. I can only imagine that somebody somewhere has created the emergency egress system that allows for something that can be one direction in real time. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, thank you too.
All right.
Thank you. So to address the issue with regards to the secondary access, your points about using the emergency vehicle access in an event of an evacuation is absolutely correct. As Chief Smuntzer mentioned, they get out there, they're out there coordinating traffic and so forth. The other hard part about this is that what is being appealed is the house designs. The subdivision map has been finalized, the improvements have been put in, the design of the map has been previously approved, and those improvements have been installed in accordance with the approved map. So going back and adding that is not really on the table at this time.
I appreciate that, but I do think it does come up to a discussion that I'm hearing, is that especially in a high fire area, to create evacuation systems that are automatic versus require someone to come unlock it with a city key, that kind of thing that may not necessarily change the outcome of what we're doing tonight. But we owe it to people and their safety to be innovative in this environment. Okay, maybe you have a normal, single. I appreciate your comments. But yeah, how about something that's more automated, right? It's one direction, but people who live there can understand you can get yourself out of here in emergency, and you're not going to have to wait for somebody to come and lock a pole. I think that maybe there's something that we can do as a city to ensure they're safe. Secondly, but I think to your point, I will add maybe the question comment. Can you explain the additional steps that have been taken to mitigate even this approval, even though we may not be voting on what these steps are, but to help us understand? I think I heard it in your presentation. That is, if in fact the property is sold, it forces an HOA to regulate typical behavior, but at least unless and until that ever occurs, which would have to come back to the council, that there is on-site management. To the gentleman's point, your neighbor's got 9 cars. Everything is realistic in a neighborhood until it's not. These are the kinds of things that have been stipulated that there are controls. Can you speak to that?
Controls in this entitlement or controls just in general?
Well, in this particular entitlement.
To speak about the management of the property, the applicant can provide some insight about what type of regulation they intend to impose on the future renters. For the applicant mentioned about needing to use their garages for parking, but to what extent and the procedures that they intend to deploy and the sticks that intend to be used to enforce those things, we would defer to the applicant to provide a greater expansion on those things. To your point about in the event that this is ever sold, yes, one of staff's concerns was, how are the common areas going to be maintained with landscaping? How's the clubhouse going to be maintained? How is on-site parking going to be maintained and regulated internally with this particular subdivision? And there are requirements that the applicant has to set up an HOA, has to provide a funding mechanism for that HOA that regulates how all that's going to occur. And that's what is brought before City Council at some future date if the developer decides to sell individual lots before any individual lot is ever sold.
Because we had the similar conversation about Southtown, right? How do you manage the behavior of something that now turns into a new version of an apartment complex? That's really what, to the one person's point, it's higher density. We just know that it is. It's going to behave that way, and how do you manage that? And so, to the same degree that we've created those kinds of stipulations in Southtown, I think it's important that it isn't just some passive, management. It is that you're going to have to make sure that you're using this and you're not storing. Otherwise, it will generate complaints. But I appreciate your appeal and your information. That's what this process is for. But with that, what I will do is I'm going to close this this portion of the hearing and bring it back to the council for a vote. I have a motion. Can you put that recommendation back up there? So the motion is because it is about the appeal, is to deny it and reaffirm the mitigated negative declaration and approve the minor design. One brief final question. Can you just, the minor design review adjustments, just briefly comment on that?
Back in the original approval, there were setbacks that were required. That's what they're for, is the applicant is just requesting to use the same setbacks that are currently identified within our municipal code.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. Do I have a motion?
Quick question.
Yes.
City Attorney, so I know we got, or in my opinion, I think we start talking about things outside of this. that had to do with the development agreement. Any other like reasons or rationale to deny it would be potentially, or would that violate the development agreement that's already? Well, so my question is, what I understand what's in front of us is an appeal. We've had appeals in the past. We had that led to litigation. If we approve the appeal, what are the consequences to that? That's the question.
So I would imagine that litigation would be one of those consequences. It would depend on the grounds of your denial or your approval of the appeal. You would need to make findings and determine what that approval of the appeal is based on, or what the denial of the project, because you're approving the appeal is actually denying the project. So you'd have to make the findings as to why you're denying the project.
Okay. And based on what I heard staff and what I asked both chiefs, it sounds like we're meeting all state and local code based on what was agreed upon in prior decisions.
And what was previously approved, yes.
So based on my understanding of that and all the information, I would motion to deny the appeal, reaffirm the Montessa subdivision, approve the minor design review as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
Motion is second. I'll do a roll call.
Member Ritchie,
Approve. Yes.
Member Silva,
Yes.
Chapman, Member Roberts, Wiley, Member Stockton, Mayor Carly.
Yes. It is becoming increasingly frustrating what Sacramento's doing. Mr. City Manager, what do we have next?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next business item before you is going to be a tag team approach. We heard the community as well as the city council discuss the issues about homelessness. And so tonight we're giving you an update on two components of that topic. The first being an update on the activities going on with the regional JPA. And then secondly, an update on a temporary proposed warming center. So with that, our staff led by Emily Cantu and Brian McLean will start things off, and then we will turn that over to council members Stockton and Roberts, who will give the council an update on some of the activities that are currently being undertaken by the JPA.
Got a request for a quick break. Can we take 5 minutes? We can take 5 minutes. No, you don't. We will just jump right back in since you've already done the introduction. So we're going to take a 5-minute break.
You guys hungry? Oh, yes, we are. Okay, we'll go.
So John?
All right, we're back in session. Thank you for the short recess. And Mr. City Manager, you had started to introduce this coming back to council. I don't know how much of it you just want to share again.
I'd be happy to repeat, sir. Thank you. So this is a update. At prior council meetings, we've heard from the community, we've heard from the city council. And so tonight we have a two-part combined in one item for the council, an update on the JPA efforts that are being taken on a regional level on the subject of homelessness. And then also a update on our actions for a temporary winter warming center. And so with that, we're going to start off with the regional JPA discussion. Staff will kick things off, and then we'll hand it over to Councilmember Stockton and Roberts, who will talk about the regional efforts going on. And then we'll get into the warming center discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm going to go to the next slide, sorry. So the City of Fairfield formed a regional homeless 2x2 subcommittee to discuss opportunities to work collaboratively in creating and implementing a regional response to homelessness. In early 2022, the City Council appointed Councilmember Stockton and former Councilmember Sullivan to that subcommittee, officially joining Fairfield, Suisun City, Vallejo, Rio Vista, Benicia, and Solano County in those discussions. In addition to discussing efforts to address homelessness countywide, the subcommittee also discussed the structure and the governance of Community Action Partnership Solano Joint Powers Authority, which I'll call Joint Powers Authority going forward. The JPA was established in 1999. 6 of the 7 cities and the county of Solano were members at that time. And the purpose of the JPA is to work collaboratively among local governments with other local agencies to address poverty and homeless, again, on a regional countywide basis. Go ahead. From there, Solano County expressed interest in a formal regional collaboration that could potentially bring a higher level of support and resources towards the regional homelessness issues. On September 13, 2022, the City Council approved an amended JPA agreement with CAP Solano JPA to implement a governing board of elected officials. Also added a technical advisory committee and appointing a voting member and alternate to the board of directors and to the technical advisory committee. At this point, all of the cities, all 7 cities and Solano County joined the JPA. Go ahead. So since that time, the board began considering items related to the reorganization. They're very busy updating governance documents. Member jurisdictions made appointments to the board, including Councilmember Stockton as a voting member and Councilmember Roberts as the alternate for the City of Vacaville. I'm the representative to the Technical Advisory Committee, and the Assistant Director of Housing and Community Services is the alternate to that advisory committee. Go ahead. In addition, the board's been receiving a lot of information on the many roles and responsibilities of the JPA, such as various boards and committees under the JPA's purview. There's a tripartite advisory and continuum of care, COC board. There's subcommittees, there's a COC governance, a homeless management and information system, lived experience, coordinated entry, and strategic planning committee, to name, probably haven't mentioned all of them, but that's a majority. This also includes ongoing activities that the JPA participates in, including the biannual homeless point in time count, the annual homeless HUD notice of funding application, and community services block grant related activities, and there's required trainings that need to occur. In addition, the JPA serves as the lead agency for the Homeless Management Information System, is a collaborative applicant for the annual HUD application, And they implement the HUD-required countywide coordinated entry system for the homeless system of care. In addition to all of that, the board has been busy applying for and awarding grant funds, such as the funding shown on the slide. Some of these funds have been awarded. Some are seeking proposals from agencies in the community. Some have been applied for, and then there's some funding waiting for staff time to be available to seek proposals to make those awards here coming up in the future. And so that's the background kind of concluded of the JPA and what's been going on generally. And I'm going to kick it to the board of directors, Councilmember Stockton and Councilmember Roberts from here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to cover the strategic planning piece of this. So we did 2 strategic planning sessions where we had the whole JPA, which has all the cities from Solano County. And we came up with some ideas and needs, way we think that the JPA should go and be structured. With that, we're just given a raw list, and then we appointed an ad hoc strategic planning committee, which I was part of. And so what we did is we took a look at all the different objectives that the JPA wanted to meet and provide to the county. And one of the top things, the top of the pyramid there's, I know it's probably kind of hard to read for those in the audience, but since we only meet once a month and staff is kind of mix of consultants, staff loan from the different cities and county staff, is we really need to have a full-time staff. That's going to be the foundation to keep everything running in between our meetings and our direction. And so with that, we can't do anything without information. So that's where we dived into data utilization, whether it's some type of information collection like ArcGIS, and plot it on a map so everybody can see, because what we really want to focus on is start collecting information as an entire county, because if each city's collecting different types of information and maybe collecting it in a different way, it makes it hard to plan because we're all speaking different languages and comparing different numbers. And then also doing a gaps analysis to see where we're short in everything. And a big thing that kind of goes with data utilization, data collection is a point in time count, where we go out and see how many unhoused and homeless that are in our community and do it on a regional level, because if each city is doing it differently, there is some migration between cities. So we get a more accurate count if we're doing it as an entire region instead of just individual cities doing their own thing. And once you get that raw information, it's kind of hard to make decisions pure on pure raw data. So we want to filter it down to that next level of the different organizations that were mentioned, the JPA, Continuum Care, the Tripartite Board, the Technical Advisory Committee. And then big thing is people with lived experiences, data reflecting what people are actually seeing in the real world and their experience going through these different services. And one of the key pieces is, because it's new, we need to have those key partnerships with all the cities, the different nonprofits, other organizations that will help provide some of these. And with that, we can try to prioritize the 6 different functions you see at the bottom of that pyramid. For those that can't see, it's a regional crisis response, street outreach, stabilization services, affordable housing, prevention and diversion, and then permanent housing. So some of those are easier to achieve than others, like affordable housing is very difficult to do. But so we can take the data and information from the different boards and try to really focus our efforts on what will be the best bang for your buck, like where can we apply money and have the largest impact on the community. And so that's how we came about this pyramid and structure and flow of information. This next slide is one that I asked the staff to include into this. The last meeting, we had a presentation from, it's known as CSAC, the California State Association of Counties. And so the state is starting to implement a lot of rules and policies and a lot of funding sources for helping the houseless community. And up there, as you see, some of the few check marks that the state wants to see how they want us to approach homelessness. So countywide plans, identified roles between cities and counties, funding, the funding entities and responsibilities, and then they also have a coalition in different counties which are already kind of partnering. But one big thing that Solano County has that only one other county in the entire state has is we're doing it as a region. We formed a JPA, and the only other one is, I believe, Los Angeles or Orange County. And so what this is showing is that we're actively engaging and doing what the state wants us to do, and this should line us up for funding to help, pretty much help this community and get us rolling in the right direction, because we're actively doing what they want, which should put us ahead of all the other counties which are not doing this. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to put this slide on here, so to show that we are meeting what the state is asking for, and it should line us up for making a huge impact in Solano County. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Stockton.
Thank you, Councilmember Roberts. So as hard as it is to believe, we actually are kind of ahead of the game, which is, everything moves so slow. But the fact that we've spent this time to really establish this board is going to pay dividends as we move forward, and other people are trying to catch up. Other counties are trying to catch up for some of the funding. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our current staffing. As it stands right now, we have one full-time dedicated JPA staff. Unfortunately, she has just left the state. Renee is now helping out via Zoom, but the city of Fairfield is looking for someone to replace her to continue in that role. And then we have one part-time in county support, Megan Richards, who is basically our JPA facilitator. The reality is that the folks that are doing the job right now they don't have enough time to meet the need of everything that all of the elected officials are asking for. And that includes our own city staff that participate as well. The city of Vacaville serves as the fiscal agent for the JPA. And although we're allotted 2.85 full-time employees, we're short one of those employees. And there is some in-kind additional funding that we are having to pay in addition to what we're being reimbursed for, which we can discuss a little bit later. So we're covering the fiscal agent portion. The city of Fairfield is covering the PERS contribution to the one full-time staff member. And then the county of Solano is utilizing their in-kind legal services through their county council. I think the most concerning thing that's happening right now is, as far as staffing goes, is that we're currently using a law firm, home base, to provide technical assistance for our JPA, and it's kind of out of their scope. So moving forward, we have some suggestions about the staffing needs moving forward from where we're at now. And the best estimate that we can give is that some of these changes are not likely to be made until summer of 2024. That includes the addition of an executive director and a grants manager. There have already been funding opportunities that we've struggled to try to keep up with and apply for. We don't want to miss out on those dollars, so these are really, really important positions, but they come at a cost. The executive director position is going to oversee the overall leadership and guidance of the JPA, and they'll be responsible for ensuring the execution of all functions. They'll collaborate between the different municipalities, and they'll provide the administrative entity with direction. They'll work with the JPA chair on current and future issues and plan to facilitate meetings moving forward. The second position of the grants manager is they'll be responsible for applying for state and federal grants. They'll lead the local grant process for HUD as well as other grants, and they'll issue requests for proposals for delivering services under those grants, and work with the city of Vacaville as the fiscal agent to ensure smooth transition to contracts related to the sub-recipient monitoring. City manager is going to pick it up from here. Sorry, I looked there, but I didn't call him.
That's all right. Thank you, sir.
Sorry about that.
So where I'm going to pick it up is that at one of the more recent board meetings, the JPA Executive Board asked the matter of what's the best way to get this staffing entity put together amongst all the cities, and what would be the possible funding mechanism for that? And so they referred it to the regional city managers group, so all the city managers from all the affected cities, as well as the CAO from the county. We meet on a regular basis monthly, and this has been the topic of focused discussion for several meetings now. And so the first thing is Councilmember Stockton mentioned is the phasing, if you will, of these particular positions. And just to reiterate the importance of this plan is that right now you have a very skeleton crew of just, people picking up other duties as assigned, so to speak. The grant applications that are coming out from the state are very, very lengthy, very, very challenging, and undaunting, to say the least. Councilmember Stockton also mentioned the home base as the consultant. They are not in the grant writing business. And so you have people that are not familiar with the requirements, trying to put together grants. And as Councilmember Roberts mentioned, what the state is leaning towards is pushing the money out to these entities, these organizations, if you will, regional organizations at a county level. So we are on the right track in that regard, because now we're one of 2 counties in the state that meet that criteria. But we don't have the workforce to go ahead and actually be eligible or to be in a position to compete for those grants and fill them out. So confirmation from the city managers group was that we do need an executive director so that the board has somebody to point to and say, go. The grant writer to go out and professionally write those grants, because everything that's being discussed in the strategic plan needs funding. And so it's really, what comes first. And so the board is very anxious to go after this money, but we don't have resources to do that. So we looked at it from a phasing standpoint and agree with the phase 1 being the executive director and the grant writer and administrative support, because right now, again, home base, I won't say a reasonably priced consultant is doing admin work, and that's not economically sustainable. Phase 2 is the policy manager, and so that's the one who's going to be working with the state on what legislation needs to happen, as Councilmember Stockton pointed out. Finally, at phase 3, this is something that I was pushing or promoting with the city managers group, that the city of Vacaville is anxious to get out of the fiscal agent business, because for the region, we have our own responsibilities, and the staff that you see that's allocated to that particular function has their own duties to do here in the city, and it's quite overwhelming. And then the other side of it too is everyone involved with this particular group recognizes that it's very challenging for someone to control the files, someone else to control the money, someone else to control the inspections and the grant applications. And so it's very dysfunctional. And so ultimately, we have shared that we'd like to get out of that particular role, bring that into this group, if you will, because now the executive director can go to his fiscal agent and it's all controlled and so forth. And it's a very collaborative system. So that is important, because as we move on to the next slide, please. Here's where we start getting into the staffing costs. Now, these are estimates that were provided by the individual who's working on this right now from the county. I won't bother getting into what everything means, but basically, if you look at how much money is coming in and how much money is going out, we have a funding gap. Each year it starts to grow, okay? And so what the JPA board tasked the city managers group to do is figure this out. Well, that's easier said than done, as you can imagine, because the JPA board itself is still talking amongst themselves with representatives from each council, but each council, such as we're doing, has not really had the benefit of that, full information, and which is why we're here tonight, to share this with the council and get your feedbacks on it, so that your representatives can go back to the board and say, hey, this is what we're hearing from the rest of the group. City managers group looked at this, and essentially what, we are exploring and are getting ready to make a presentation to the board is a variety of different methodologies that look to basically cost share this cost. All of the cities and the county are actively participating in the JPA. So the assumption going into this is that there will be equal sharing in the cost. Now, that's where the methodologies come in, because you have some cities that are much smaller than others, some that have much less homeless population than others. And so we're trying to be fair and reasonable in that regard. And we're looking at 3 different methodologies right now based on a variety of different factors of what would be a reasonable cost sharing. And right now, just to give the council an idea of the ballpark of what we're looking at, when you look at these, annual costs, depending on the different models that will likely be presented to the JPA board, the city of Vacaville's annual contribution ranges anywhere from $56,000 to $96,000 a year to go towards helping fund these positions that will hopefully meet the need of serving as a regional homeless coordinator, okay? I'm going to caution you that there's all kinds of asterisks and, footnotes to this, because a couple things, as Councilmember Stockton mentioned, right now we are providing a good portion of the fiscal agent services in kind. We're not receiving close to full reimbursement. But again, as was mentioned, the county is providing in-kind services that they have questions about. Fairfield is providing some in-kind services, but they're getting a more reasonable portion reimbursed for that out cost. But one of the things that I brought up with the city managers group is does this cost value reflect the credit, if you will, for the in-kind services that we're providing? Because, that's the whole thing about in-kind services, right? That you're giving to the operation and not necessarily paying on top of that. One might consider that, double payment, if you will. Right now, these cost figures do not include that, but we are, by estimates, giving or contributing, I should say, to the cause somewhere in the neighborhood of, 180 to 200,000 above and beyond that we are not being reimbursed for. So based on what I shared with you about the annual costs that could come for that staffing model between 56 and 96,000, our credit, if you will, could in theory be covered by that in-kind contribution that's not being reimbursed at this point. Anyway, but I know that there's a lot of moving pieces. You have all the different cities involved, and they're having their conversations, but this will go back to the JPA board for discussion. But that is something that we definitely want the council to consider as going forward. But this is an estimate, but again, none of this happens until we can start getting the executive director and the grant writer in place to go after that funding. Next slide. I think that's it. So now I know there's probably a lot of questions and comments on that piece, but if it's okay with the council, we'll go into the warming center update, so that way we can collect all your comments on the subject. And if that's okay, I'll turn it over now to Brian McLean, who's going to give you an update on some recommendations that I've moved forward in response to the council's direction on providing a warming center.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council. Tonight, I'm going to provide a brief overview of the preparations the City of Vacaville is making to implement what we're calling our Concept Winter Warming Center. The purpose of this warming center is to provide a refuge for City of Vacaville resident homeless individuals during inclement weather conditions, which trigger the City of Vacaville's Emergency Operation Plan objective criteria for excessive cold freeze. After several weeks, staff has been working together to gather information and develop concepts related to this project. And the first bit of information and puzzle that we needed to determine was location. After much looking through the city's properties and discussing the pros and cons of those various properties, we ultimately landed on the former Greyhound bus station located on Mason Street. You can see the criteria that led us to that conclusion. It's city property, it's currently vacant, it's essentially a near central location within the city. It has very good ADA accessible path of travel to and from. It has on-street parking, or on-site parking rather, for the potential volunteer attendance, as well as security measures and security patrols. There's also space for sheltering animals. This is the map of the site. Again, this is the former Greyhound bus depot on Mason Street, and I'm going to set up the laser here real quick while I have the map. Here's the site, here's the building, the way it looks like. One of the preparation items that we are planning on doing is installing a screening fence on the south side of the property between this point and this point, which is the city of Vacaville's property. That'll provide some screening between our property and the actions and activities here to the property next door, the shopping center. In terms of site preparations, the Public Works team, the facilities section, have been going through and arranging custodial services, going through the process of turning on the various utilities and testing those utilities, going through with our building officials and looking at the safety aspects, exit signs, fire extinguishers, carbon monoxide and fire alarms, et cetera. In addition, our code compliance team has investigated and is in the process of procuring 2 10x10 4-sided pet tents that we can install underneath the overhang, which will ensure that the animals are undercover and accessible to the attendants who are utilizing the site so that they can monitor their pets. In terms of attendee oversight and security, we are seeking community volunteers related to providing that attendant service for the site. The city will be contracting for security. We have various security measures and security teams that we've hired for various events over the years, and we have them aligned and ready to go. And the Vacaville Police Department, the Community Response Unit, or crew, will be ensuring that the residence qualification, meaning homeless residents of the city of Vacaville, are qualified before they start utilizing the services of this site. Based on our preparations and where we're at currently with the site, we expect to be operational by November 1st. And the site will be triggered and opened via the city's emergency operations plan, our EOP plan, and the objective criteria for excessive cold freeze, which is a forecasted at or below 32 degrees for 2 consecutive days. And that really sums up where we're at in terms of the preparation for our concept warming center. And that concludes the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm sure there will be questions, but what I'd like to do, just given that some of this also came from the public, and I know our council was very much interested in this, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the public right now. Good evening.
I'm Judy Ortolacati. I didn't plan on saying anything tonight, but I'm here to support Gail. And my son and I became homeless on September 1st. We've been living in our vehicle. I'm currently being treated at the oncology Vacaville North Bay, and I've been treated by Dr. Powers for 2.5 years. I had radiation treatment 2 weeks, and I've been in and out of the hospital 3 times in the last month. So things that are simple that would assist us, we've been utilizing the food banks, we've gone for help and made phone calls and talked to people. But simple things like, for me to apply for senior disabled housing, I need to get gas to drive to the apartment and talk to the manager. Or they want a $35 application fee for both me and my caregiver. Or we could use a little bit of rest, maybe a a hotel for a couple nights. Things like this that we've asked for are not available, and not even from the churches, really. So simple things that would assist people like me with my health issues and in our position. It was, my son was working very hard to help us stay housed. Our rent was $1,100. It was like $1,000 or $1,100 at the end of the month, and he was not paid or compensated for his work. So consequently, we couldn't pay the rent. We had to move things to storage, and all this physical labor on top of the stress of the finances and the health and all of that has been really challenging. And so simple things that we've asked for, like I said, the hotel or gas or help with applying for housing, for senior housing. I don't know how these things can change or what the council or Vacaville does about that kind of thing. I moved here about 3.5 years ago, almost 4 years ago. And I really like Vacaville, but you know, just applying for the senior housing that I'm looking for so I can afford rent has been extremely challenging. And then living in the car, you know, we lose our wallet and then we got to apply for another ID. You know, these simple things that are just constant challenges every day. Getting water for oatmeal, you know, from a gas station without having bad attitude from the workers, or, you know, people have been very gracious to us. And I realize not every homeless person is in our position, but these are some of the challenges that we've come up against in the last couple months. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Gail.
My name is Gail Thompson, and first I want to start down a road down memory lane. This is in March of 21. This is a newspaper article where then Councilperson Sullivan stated, "We need to have a permanent solution to homelessness and some tools to actually impact homelessness." In that same article, knowing where we are located and knowing that there's always going to be homelessness in our community, we really do want a long-term solution. We've got, this is by, comment is by Mr. Edward Russell. We've got to stop kicking the can, and somebody's got to bite the bullet and say we've got to do something. We've been kicking this can for 7 years that I know of. Calden said that the staff is continuing to identify potential locations for a permanent shelter, and that the process would involve conducting neighborhood outreach, drafting documents describing lease or sales term, and calculating a required budget and funding source, and returning to the council. I want to know where that is. I mean, that was in 2021. And Mr. Manager, if you'd look down to Mr. Stockton, last time I was here, I asked Councilwoman Jeanette Wiley to do that, to represent the 7 members we've lost this year on the streets. We're now into your section. That number is now 8. That's unacceptable in a community of this generosity. I took the time today to look up 2 words: leadership. This is what you guys were elected to do. The office or position of a leader, the capacity to lead and to act, or instance of leading. Courage, that's what you're going to need to make a permanent solution for homelessness in Vacaville. You're going to need courage, which is strength of mind to carry on in spite of danger, or the key word, difficulty. You promised us 3 years ago a permanent shelter. We've lost 8 this year, 7 last year, and we haven't hit the winter season yet. The Greyhound bus station we have asked for several different reasons. Number 1, location. There's no school there. We've used it for during the nomadic sheltering. We did the intake there, we did the drop off there. Crew was available to make sure that none of the homeless were loitering around. They left, went back to where they normally go in their daytime activities. We need to have a place that they can go, they can feel safe, and they're not dying on the streets. And if you ask any of the family members of the 8 that have died, they'll tell you whatever it cost, it's worth it. And Jason Roberts, you're right, 32 degrees is not acceptable. Coco died at 40 degrees, but it had been raining, he was wet, and there was a wind chill factor.
Thank you.
So
Thank you. Yep.
Is Josefina Ponce, and I am the business owner of Azteca Restaurant, which is right next door to that location that they want to put the warming, cooling center in. I'm not against the homeless. My heart goes out to them, and yes, I'm up for helping them. But I don't think that that's the location. It's a shopping center. Yes, there is a school there. Harvest Church has a school there right behind their church. They have it from infants through early kindergarten. Little children are there. There's also the 2 churches that are there in the center, which is Harvest and the Lutheran Church, that they have youth there on Wednesday evenings. They have their youth groups go there. So there are children there at the center. My family has owned the restaurant there at that location since 1979. I worked with my family since the beginning. I purchased the business from my parents in 1992, I purchased it from them. In 2002, I acquired the building. I purchased the building. I have done so much and hard work to bring up my business up and to beautify the location. We see a lot of homelessness in our center already. We deal with it daily. Every morning when I go to work, I go around looking to see what happened last night, who was in the area. I've seen a lot of animals left there. There was one time there was kittens with their mama just left there in a cage. I had to call the Humane Society. There was also chickens in my trash bin with roosters left there, abandoned. I had to call them to come and get them. And there's a lot of paraphernalia left there, needles in the back in my patio that I have to go and clean up daily, trash that I have to clean up. I deal with this homelessness every single day. I have to go and clean up. Feces in the back of my building that we have to clean up. I have quite a bit of pictures that are behind the restaurants on the side of me, that a lot of trash is left there that we have to clean up daily. Caltrans, the police department, they get my calls because of the debris that's left back there. There's homelessness on Caltrans parking lot. They live there. I'm constantly calling. I call the police. The police tells me that it's not their jurisdiction, that I have to call Caltrans and the Highway Patrol, which I do. They know me by name because I want to stay on top of it. I want our center to be beautified, just like the downtown Vacaville is being beautified. I want our shopping center, which at one time was abandoned, when Lucky's, Thrifty's, and all those businesses were left, we stayed. I stayed there along with Darla's and West America Bank. Everybody else left the center. We kept it alive. We went through 2008. We went through COVID.
Thank you.
And okay, thank you for listening to me.
Trying to be very generous with this issue, but thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this issue?
Hello, my name's Lorraine and I represent the Society of St. Vincent de Paul. We're a nonprofit here serving Vacaville residents. A couple of things that I'd like to say is I do believe that we can find a place that is acceptable to house the homeless and also to be a resource center for them. I do realize and have acknowledged the increased use of public libraries for cooling centers and heating centers, which everyone tells the homeless that's where they're to go. And I know that because they have called and asked us to provide water and granola bars and food for people that are using those facilities. The thing that bothers me is the plan that you have for heating and cooling. It's a draft form, I believe, and you gave us a copy of that, Ms. Wiley. It doesn't talk about 7-10 days of rain. If you're going to wait in Vacaville for just 2 days where it's under 32, you're closing out a large part of the winter need for some help, because Vacaville is not always dipping that low, but we have severe weather, we have severe rain, we have things that are causing sickness. So we have to consider how we are caring for the homeless in the bigger picture. The other thing I'd like to mention is, as a nonprofit, I hope that through the JPA or whoever is going to be administering things, that there would be an increase in communication. Right now, it is very hard to communicate, to call one organization, call another. Who knows, is it opening? What's happening? There's no ease of communication. There used to be a round table where, monthly or quarterly you could participate, and all different groups that serve the city could chime in on that. That's an important thing because it's not just one organization. There are many organizations like us that are helping the homeless, and there's no funnel. There's no, we're not on an email list, we're not notified, we're not sure whether something's opening or not or where it'll be. So there's a lot of efficiency that can happen because as a nonprofit, we want to participate in helping this community and the homeless and all people in need. So that would be a great thing that I hope you would also focus on, whether you're working with the JP or whatever. How is that network of communication, how can we build that up better? So thank you.
Thank you.
Raleigh Goggins is my name, and if you choose to go ahead with the warming center over at the old Greyhound, there's some issues that, I would hope we could mitigate. For like Josephina, I spent some time over at her restaurant today, and there are valid concerns. Like, we don't want to build something and then they come. It happened when we did it at Andrews Park, and we can avoid that. So I would hope that we would think that through. We can do it by invitation to the Vacavillians that have grown up in our community. Crew used to have a book of all of our homeless people. We got the HMIS, so we know where they're from. And so we can check them in, and we won't be bringing them from all over Northern California. That's important because that is a concern that she has, and we all have, because we saw what happened at the Andrews, at the center. The other thing is that after they're done sleeping and they had breakfast and they're ready to disperse, they either do one or two things. They either move forward, and we have Arch there. Kevin Phillips was here. It's a halfway house for men. Most of our people that are there are men. And if they want to move forward, that's where we have most success, is after, they've been sheltered, and then we get them right into detox, right into rehab, and then into housing, and they have employment. And that's what Arch does. So, but if they don't want to do that, then we would hope Crew would be there. That fence would be great, and Crew makes sure they then go away from the plaza and they don't hang out in the plaza. That is probably really critical because nobody would want that. And then the other thing is that I think as a community, we need to encourage that Peabody Plaza, and we ought to blast, and I will commit to this, blasting on social media to come out and give back to the businesses in Peabody Plaza. Bless them, eat there, shop there, and flood the area with the citizens of Vacaville. And I think I'll commit to working on those things if that's your decision. Thanks.
Thank you. No one else. Anybody else is intending to speak, as you see, go ahead. You can form a line or prepare for a line just so in the expediency of time. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Danny Wells. I'd first like to start with, on behalf of the faith community, of thanking each of you for the chairs you fill and all of the work you do for the city. When I look at your agendas, it is unbelievable the amount of things that come before you. And I just want to thank you for that work. I reviewed before this meeting your annual budget for the year, and I was grateful to see as a number 3 priority the implementation and comprehensive homelessness action plan that addresses sleeping in outdoor spaces. And I thought that was commendable, and I commend you for putting that as a number 3 priority. In looking at your entire budget of a $275 million budget, $150 million of which comes from the general fund, I could only find 2 places where there were actually homeless funds being accounted for. One was from Measure M, about $362,000 from Measure M, the bulk of which is going to shelter Solano in Fairfield and not be applied to Vacaville. And the other was from the APRA, American Rescue Plan Act. There was funds there that said for housing and homelessness, but there's nothing broken out, so I couldn't really tell how much would be for homelessness. I also noticed that out of the general fund, there's $1.1 million allocated for animal control services and $620,000 allocated for sheltering animals. My work in my church right now is I work in all of Northern California coordinating humanitarian projects. And I have had the opportunity in the last 4 years to meet with food banks, soup kitchens, and many homeless shelters. And I have seen some marvelous things being done by many cities. The city of Roanoke Park, which is about half of our population, donated a piece of land, got a grant, have a homeless facility there, and they allocate $1.1 million a year for that facility in terms of having a permanent housing coordinator, a homeless coordinator for the city. And so they're half our size and they can do it. I think that if we are looking at spending $660,000 for sheltering cats, we surely ought to be able to allocate some more money for sheltering people. Thank you.
My name's Dakota Glory. Been homeless for like the last 5 years here, and I've gone through plenty of winters. And I don't know about this idea about you guys having only. Or I don't know what you guys have with this idea about this 2 days a week thing or this 32 degrees outside. I'm telling you, it gets cold here, folks. And a lot of places won't accept anybody for 20 minutes a lot of the time, a lot of nights. They'll kick you out as soon as they see you. I mean, I'm not saying that there aren't individuals that probably should keep on walking, but you know that there are plenty that don't. There are plenty that have been part of this community for quite a while, and they were upstanding citizens not 4 months ago. I mean, people are getting kicked out of their homes or losing properties and everything every day. I mean, I've talked about this before. This is not something that can be swept under the rug or just looked at just for a second. I mean, it's a growing thing, and it's going to continue, and it's going to forever continue. You can't stop homelessness if you continue to grow as a city. That's what happens. So either accept that's what's going to happen, or just know that you're going to lose, because you have to address it. It can never be wiped away completely, but it's something that you guys can address and accommodate. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you. So I've reminded this audience in the past, it's not a time for cheering or jeering. This is a time to be heard. So I'm just going to ask you to refrain from that. Good evening.
I'd like to address this issue. I find that the warming center project concept is constructive. And I would say that it's an excellent idea, but not constructive enough. It is indeed somewhat accommodating, but not truly supportive for all the ants in the city. See, like we're all here working in the city, we're all ants. But at this level, from the streets, you need more of a supportive reach into that, for instance, of course, like the temperature. That's not conducive to the development of people who are running out of funds. We live in a situation where no funds lower thinking ability. Maybe you're aware of this. Most people don't have nomadic thinking ability. So it'd be important that we keep them well endowed in the by popular opinion, one of the safest cities in the United States, top 11, I believe, something like that. And that would be a useful thing if we could always remember that in our considerations for this project and make it consistently a long-standing situation for ants at a struggling level so that they can rise to the level of considered social value in Vacaville. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and let me start off by thanking you. You know, when I saw the staff presentation, I was pleasantly surprised. You did more than I thought was going to be the staff report, but I think you've fallen a bit short. You've heard some of the folks talk about the 32 degrees or less for 2 days. Our thought is 32, 35, whatever it is. We are expecting a 7-day, 7 to 7, 7 at night, 7 in the morning, warming center. We can do it. You've got the volunteers that are ready to go. The money is there in your budget if you really find this to be a priority. I'd like to talk first about Ms. Josephine Brawley and I, and we took a couple of our homeless friends over to her restaurant and broke bread, if you will, with Josephine. Because we understand this is a scary thing for many residents. I spoke with Councilmember Stockton, sorry, Roy, and he mentioned afraid, that word 4 times. We don't want people to be afraid of our homeless. We want them to know who they are. And you had a young man who came up to the podium, a homeless person willing to come to your council and address the concerns that he has so you can see him. We need to start putting a face to our homeless. They're good people. They're just, down on their luck. But given an opportunity, we can make them productive citizens again. And this is the start. And you may not agree with me on the 7 days, 7 to 7, but only when the National Weather Service says 2 days of 32 and below, that is unacceptable. And to Ms. Chapman, you asked the city manager, how many people use our warming centers? And he said 5. And you said each location? He said no, total of 5. How do you expect homeless to know where the warming centers or the cooling centers are going to be, when they're going to be open? Gail, Raleigh, all of us who are involved in the homeless effort, we didn't know. So it's unfair to say only 5 people took advantage of it. We probably could have gotten 50 people there had we known. So the communication is a real problem. And again, I brought up your issue of your emergency operations plan. You should go back and read it if you haven't read it yet. It is so cumbersome that you'll never get the message out. And I have 19 seconds left, and I just wanted to thank you again. And please don't let it die tonight. Let's continue to talk about where we should go. And you'd be surprised once we start talking how we can get a lot of things accomplished. But again, I do wanted to thank you because oftentimes we come up here and I can be faulted on that, and I accuse people of not doing certain things. But I think this council is at least starting to think about the homeless issue. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to know who supports the warming center. No? All right. And I'm standing. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Mayor and Vice Mayor, City Council, thank you, City Manager. What I wrote down tonight really was to try to convince you to do something, but you've already done that. So thank you for the efforts. If I could just make a little analogy that's a little odd maybe, but I serve as pastor of Orchard Baptist Church here in Vacaville. Many of the people that just stood go to church with me. But most of us have been glued to the TV lately about what's going on in Israel. And if you ask one person, they'll say it's Israel's fault. You ask somebody else, it's Palestine's fault, right? There's so much argument about that. The bottom line is people are losing their lives. And sadly, it's not just the group that's called terrorist or the group that's called the IDF. It's men, women, boys, girls, children, grandmas, and grandpas that are losing their lives because people are making choices. And the loss of life is really the issue that we're talking about here. This is not an issue of convenience or comfort, although, yeah, being warm is comfortable. Most of us have that privilege. And the homeless crisis has led to, I think Gail said, 7 last year, maybe 8 this year. And the opinion of many people is, it's not my problem. I have a house, I have a job, I pay my bills. Some people would say, well, it's their own fault. And I think we could all argue that because we have enough knowledge and understanding of situations and circumstances in California. You're struggling with housing issues that the state has mandated on you, and those same state legislators that mandate certain other things like $20 an hour. How can we afford fast food now, right? We're struggling with these mandates that make decisions for us that struggle in everyday lives of people. And so we know the reasons why people become homeless, but that's really not the issue. The issue is, what are we going to do? Because this has become just like in the Gaza Strip and parts of Israel, we have a humanitarian crisis. People are losing their lives and they have no water, they have no medical facilities, they have nothing. And the humanity crisis really comes up to the leaders of the world are going to step in and help and make a difference. And you are the leaders here. And I thank you for what you've already done. But I think we can go just a little bit step further. And so the request tonight isn't fix homelessness, because we're not going to fix it. It's as a young man said, it's here to stay. And the understanding of the budget, yeah, you guys got a tough job. I don't know how you're going to do that, but that's part of it. But the request is to provide this place on a consistent basis, because why? They're created equal and they have been given endowed rights by their creator, and they have certain unalienable rights just like we do. And I think we can all step up to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
But I guess I am. I just want to remind everyone, they have a birth certificate. I'm a moron, sorry. They have a birth certificate and they have a purpose. So we have a problem, and it's up to all of us to figure out how to solve that problem, how to help them. People need patience. Lots of us are not patient people. We're business people. We're educated people. We're hustle and bustle. We've got budgets and work, and we got budgets at home, and we have all these things that we juggle. But these people, they deserve a little bit too. A little time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Molly. Excuse my raspy voice. I have a little bit of allergies, and some of you know me that's up on the board up here. I've been a navigator with the Homeless Roundtable, and There's a Better Way, and I had done that for about 6 years, and we had to go through training to do this as volunteers. So all of this has been done with no money at all. It's either out of our pocket, out of the churches that have helped us, and donations. One thing I have to say about the homeless, the first homeless person I had was almost 5 years ago. It was an elderly lady that I picked up behind a dumpster in one of the businesses because she had nowhere to go. I went ahead and got her some emergency housing over at Opportunity House for one night. And I finally got her after two places that I had placed her, and those were in Fairfield. And I got her in a apartment here in Vacaville. This lady would have died out there. She would have died out there because the weather was so cold and all. And she was saved from that. She's still living in the apartment that she got 5 years ago. So the homeless can succeed. The only thing we have to do, especially as volunteers, is if we say we're going to help you, we need to help them. And we need to follow through. If we say we're going to help you find housing, we have to follow through and find housing, because if we don't do that, they're not going to believe that anybody can help them. And they need that to give them, to keep going forward and bettering them themselves. The young man that was here earlier, we've helped him so many times, and he's trying to help himself, but because of circumstances, and it comes with families and relationships, there's been some of my homeless people have died. I have given them permission. It's laying at their bed playing music to them, and they have died. But before they died, I promised that I was going to help them reunite them with his parents. He hadn't seen his parents for 20 years. He hadn't seen his son that was in the military for almost 22 years. Well, I happened to was able to talk to the parents, got him to go see the parents before he died, and and got his son to come from Washington. He was in the military, to come and see him at the hospital. So these are kind of the things that we can do as a volunteer, as a navigator, and stay with these people. I still make calls to this lady, because if you break away from them, they're going to break back onto the street or wherever they are. So I was really surprised to see what you already had for the homeless and using the center again, because the first year we opened this at the bus stop, there was a young man that somebody told me to go and talk to. And I said, what is his need? And she says, he needs shoes, but you need to look at his feet. He had 3 toes on 1 foot that were black. And luckily there was the director of the shelter in Fairfield, and I asked him if he would come and see this young man. He ended up getting his toes cut off. They were frozen. He had frostbite. And he was able to get a job there at the center where he was. And so, and now he's a functioning citizen, provide and helping his hand out to people that need help.
Thank you, Molly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate all the work you've done in the city over the years.
I went over a little bit, sorry.
Thank you for sharing the story.
Wasn't expecting to go up, but I feel like I have to. Andres Ponce, born and raised in Vacaville. My mother is Josefina, longtime resident. I just want to clarify something. If anyone knows my mother, God-fearing woman, she is not against supporting the homeless. She's just concerned about what the impact would be to our business, right? We've been there since '79. We already deal with it. And we just concerned how this will affect negatively our business, because we stuck around. We stayed there when everything left. And so I just want to clear that up. And one question I have is, there was a comment about there being security for the premise. Does that also extend to the private businesses, the minority-owned businesses that are there? Are they going to be protected when the venue is closed? And that's just a concern we have. That's all.
Thank you.
Again, I'd just like to sum this up. We definitely appreciate what you have come forth with, but we also want to make you understand that having a designated center every night, throughout the year, but let's try it through the winter to see how it works. I mean, you say 32 degrees, I mean, 50 is cold. We talked about the rain and the wind chill. The ground stays wet, the cement stays freezing. 32 is just not a reasonable number. It is just not. So again, we want you to really consider that we want it open 7 days a week. So they have the security of knowing where to go, that they know they'll have a comfortable place to hang. So that's what we're asking. We appreciate everything, totally on board. Just one more step.
Thank you.
My name's Daniel Ponce. That's my mother, Josie. I currently am the manager of Azteca, so I'm there on a constant basis. Our concern is really the location. And that location, that bus stop is very small. I think we're looking at 1,400 square feet. If you guys want to really help the community, you need something bigger. You guys have Lattice, you have McBride, you have Three Oaks. This can be placed somewhere else, not next to businesses that are trying to, survive here. So that's my concern.
Thank you. If anybody else is wanting to speak, I'd ask you to form the lines, because I'm going to, if I keep seeing that there's nobody coming, I'm liable to close the public comment, and I don't want to cut anybody off, so.
Speak.
No, that's fine.
And then we go, okay, I've got to, so that's
fine.
kind of my case. I had to write a couple of notes here. My husband and I moved to Travis 45 years ago, and we watched Vacaville be built. We didn't know any of you guys on the council at that time. Miss Albacetti's house was the only house on Alamo, and it had one light. We've watched this whole town grow to where we would go downtown, know everybody, and now we go downtown and don't know anybody. But we see the homeless downtown. We see the homeless on all the different streets, and that part is still here. I worked in banking at Travis when I first came here, when there was no branches. So there's been a lot of expansion go on in Solano County. A lot of people have gotten rich, if you will, or a lot of places have gotten bigger. I've worked at the courthouse, I've worked in the school district, and now I'm retired. What do? I volunteer. I volunteer at my church, and I volunteer with St. Vincent de Paul, which was close to my heart. The homeless people, the people that are cold, they're worn out. There are opportunities for all of us, and some don't get the opportunities that we've had, and they land on a different place, but they're human beings. And what I see, I've been in a meeting here, I've never been at a council meeting, but I've been sitting here for an hour and a half listening to a building project that is wanting to be built, and what's the pros and cons, and I'm trying to take all that in, and how much money it's going to be, and who it's going to be for, if it's going to be a small community or big community, And then I hear a gentleman say the different other numbers about what kind of money we have in Vacaville, and I've watched it grow. I've watched Vacaville grow. And it amazed me kind of to think that we have so much land and so much things. I could go out to Pleasant Valley Road and there was nothing. I could go out to Leisure Town Road, there was nothing. I could say to people, that was a grove. That was an almond grove. That was an apricot grove. Vacaville has gotten huge. And if we can't find one place, one building somewhere here to place the homeless, shame on us. Shame on us. We have the resources. We have the money, and we're using the money the wrong way. We need to be putting that money towards the homeless people in a place for them to live, a place for them to come. Not that, we all work hard for our money. I get it. We're trying to put kids in college. You're trying to do different things. You're going on vacation. That's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm retired. I want to go on vacation. But we need to step up for the homeless. They're human beings too. And Vacaville, if you have this on third on your priority, see, I didn't know anything about what your agenda was other than
Thank
we
you.
knew
I
where you had
appreciate
to
your
come here.
comments tonight. Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment on this, and I'm sure there's questions from the council, and I appreciate the comments from those of you who have spent time coming here and who voiced the concerns, and I have my own as well. But Councilmember Silva.
A poor leadership quality is taking things personal. And I think I'm going to display that at this moment. My question is to Roy Stockton, to Jason Roberts. Did you guys know that the Greyhound station was going to come to us today? Yeah.
We knew about this early last week and brought it up for conversation before moving forward or any decisions are made.
Thank you. Who informed you that this was on the agenda? Did anybody from city staff reach out to you all? City manager, did anybody from city staff do any outreach to anybody for this November 1st?
It is, the business outreach plan would follow after council's support of this. And then first, we reached out to everyone on the former homeless roundtable forum to make sure that they were apprised of this discussion tonight.
In the name of transparency, I am extremely offended that we continue to target this area. There are people in this audience that I highly respect. I got a lot of respect. I got a lot of love for. I've been very open and transparent with them about my concerns about this location. Folks in this area, I grew up in Vacaville. Folks in this area continue to have to endure a lot. I got business owners. I have one business owner that expressed interest in that particular property to operate a business. I haven't had a chance to follow up with the city manager with that conversation I had earlier today. I'm curious to see, I'd like to know, hear back from staff, what was the status of that, those interests that were going out. Number two, I'd like to hear, we talk about transparency and, making a good fit. I've heard from so many businesses lately about a lack of service, from concerns about folks that are on the streets and the behavior that pregnant women have endured, trying to close up their stores, women trying to take stuff out to the trash can and what they encounter just to go to earn a simple living. It hurts. It also hurts for me to even say this to folks who I know have good hearts, people that I know who want to make sure that we help folks in need. And I don't want to group everybody who is unsheltered, who lost their home. The story that the First Lady spoke of, I used to work in hematology oncology. I've seen folks, and it hurts to even be in a position to where somehow all of the things that everybody, we talked about courage, where everybody's so courageous to continue to concentrate poverty in certain areas and keep imposing hardships in other areas without any additional support. Raleigh Galgan, I appreciate the suggestions that he offered, that he proposed, as far as how we support each other. But typically, most folks' experiences, folks in that area who, not just in that particular shopping center, but other areas, people turn their back on them. As soon as the money's gone, they turn their back on them, and then they're still left to deal with the fallout of all of it. I don't understand how that in itself is courageous. I don't understand how nobody else on this council is putting up anything around their area to test their courageousness on what they're willing to accommodate in their areas. And it hurts me to say this publicly. It hurts me to say this, to put myself in this position to where I know I'm going to be put out that I do not care about other folks. Folks on in here, a study session. It's a struggle because people that are low income, you hear about the hardships that they're going through. Do they deserve help? Yes. Do they want help? Yes. Is there opportunities to help? Therein lies always the challenge. And there's what a lot of us are scarred from, and I'm just talking to myself as a Latino that grew up in Vacaville, who grew up in Markham. I know that when the money's there, people are all jumping in to support whatever it might be. But a lot of times the impact, their turnaround, it's not proportional. And so one of the reasons why I came on the council is to make sure people aren't supported. So I'm not saying, you know, one of the things that would, to make sure that people are not exploited, excuse me, I'm sorry. It was mentioned that we need a permanent solution. So to me, that tells me that this is and I've overheard that this overall is intended to be possibly a permanent solution. That again concerns me. And I understand the different rationales to why. I myself right now, taking in all this different feedback is it's a hard position for me to be in because I am responsible not just to those who are houseless, not just those throughout Vacaville, but also the purpose of why someone like me even advocated for districts that we bring the voice of those who have not had a voice, those who have been left to figure out how to deal with stuff on their own.
Thanks, Mike. Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. As mentioned before, I brought up other council meetings. Yeah, I agree that the 2 days below 32 degrees is not the appropriate temperature. It should be reflective of cold weather injuries. And where I talked to the city manager, I'm going to pass along the chart, which includes wind chill, and then another one that includes if you're saturated, like rain, like continuous rain, because there's things like chilblain and trench foot and other things that occur if you're wet and cold. One thing I would like to see that, like, yeah, I know faith-based communities reach out quite a bit. They do a lot for the homeless. But compared to when I lived on the East Coast, it's still not up to what I've experienced, where churches are open 24/7 and you can go in there and access them anytime. I know that's not always feasible. So yeah, there are other instances where, yeah, you guys could probably open up your churches to help out when the city can't, or if it doesn't meet our criteria, maybe do it 1 or 2 days to help out. I know you guys provide a lot of volunteers. You guys are very volunteer heavy network out here. And so that's what we're going to rely on a lot. Especially if we do adjust the cold weather tables to where we open it up, we're going to need volunteers to help staff that. I'm not opposed to volunteering. I do a lot of volunteering in the community, so you'll probably see me out there a couple nights. As far as long term, I know this has been talked about being like a resource center, not necessarily a navigation center, because per state that requires bedding or some type of beds there. And that facility isn't large enough to really host any beds. So I think a resource center, match up with what Raleigh was saying, like have people in there to help provide resources and get people on the right track. I think that's a good place for where there's not permanent housing right there, but help them out where they need help, whether it's a place where they can receive their mail or store medications there, and have case managers to help manage everything, and volunteers to stop by and help them out with what they need, make the connections with the various food banks or organizations that can provide food. I mean, even making partnerships with the neighbors. Like, I'm not opposed to paying for Azteca to cater dinner if we do put it there. So at least it helps out the local business if we do put it there. And so, yeah, I know Councilmember Silva's frustrations and all this stuff happens fall in his district, and he has to look out for what's going on there and making sure people are served appropriately. Yeah, I get those frustrations. I grew up in a very similar neighborhood to what that is. But I think this is a good first step to get things going, develop those partnerships. I'd still like to, I know I've been slacking on linking up with Chief on getting a community preparedness group going. I mean, realistically don't necessarily need staff, because that's what I do in my full-time job. I run Healthcare Coalition and public health in Yolo County in terms of emergency preparedness. So I'm more than happy to volunteer my time to run that. It's because, yeah, that's what I do. I have all the proper credentials and certifications to do it. So yeah, volunteer to do that if the city wants to allow that. But that's all I have to say on this for right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Chapman.
First, I want to thank city manager and staff for bringing this report before us this evening. Couple of things I want to share. I have 6 things written down here. Please be patient with me. One is Shelter Inc. opened the facility in Sassoon last week. I was able to be at the ribbon cutting. A lot of money went into that project. I'm very impressed with the dorms for the men and the dorms for the women and this huge cafeteria. I looked at it and I'm saying to myself, I said, me, it was a waste, but they have plans for it. They're going to have culinary training to take place there. However, then I heard about the amount of money that was donated toward bringing that facility, that project to fruition. Well, following that, there was an article in the paper about Vacaville receiving a Shelter Inc. veterans facility for the veterans homeless facility. It was in the reporter. Anyone heard anything about it? Okay. It was actually in the paper and I read it and I said, oh, I didn't know anything about this.
Some veterans housing, but I don't know Shelter Inc.
It was under Shelter Inc.
I haven't heard it. But
Yeah, for veteran homeless for veterans. I believe I read that correctly. I'm going to check myself. You know, if I put it out here and I was wrong, I will apologize. However, I read that. Okay, I wanted to mention the temperature as well. When we had the heat spell, the last one, I couldn't believe that it had to be, 2 days at 105 before we were able to open the doors to those in need. And now, of course, the opposite of that is the freezing temperature of 32 degrees. I too have concern about that. Anytime it gets cold, it's cold. And I would think that and I know I'm not hitting policy, but I want to know, is that a state requirement? Or we just use that as a guide?
So I can't tell you where it originated from. I get some help from the chief on that, but I will tell you that this was presented to the council in the past several months as part of the conversation with the emergency manager. It incorporate the comments from Councilmember Roberts in terms of the fluctuations and so forth. So that is reflected in that.
Right.
But as far as where it comes from, if you can address that, that'd be helpful.
It's in our emergency operations plan in the cold and hot weather annex, and so that's where it originated from. But as you approved the emergency operation plan, we had some discussion of integrating the wind chill factor in the wind chill chart from the National Weather Service, and we're going to do that. So it really is, to answer your original question, it's not set in stone that we will only set up a shelter if we have, it's a trigger to start thinking about it, right? So we constantly monitor the weather to see what the weather is going to be like. And so it's kind of it's more of a guide, and it's not strictly, it has to be 32 degrees or else we're not going to open a shelter. It's a guide. So it starts us thinking, getting everybody together and saying, okay, and then we take in consideration the rain, because people, the goal is to not have anyone become hypothermic. And we know that if you get rained on and you get wet, you can get hypothermic at even at 40 degrees rather than at freezing temperatures. So that's according to the CDC. So as far as the wind chill factor, we'll take that into consideration also.
Okay, thank you. And I recall the conversation and the council approving the document. Okay, the other thing, the next item I have here is communication. There have already been comments on the poor communication that has taken place over time at different instances. And I would just hope that we do get better with communicating. I know that we have our PR person, and she's doing a wonderful job, Joanne. And we're utilizing all social media, every means that has been brought to our attention. We have been improving the outreach to the community. I broke my pen, okay. So with the state of the economy, we're going to, in my opinion, we're going to see more people become unsheltered. Gas prices, I went to fill up, having to put super in the vehicle was close to $6 a gallon. Rent, we're hearing from individuals whose rent continuously increase monthly. Times are difficult. Every day I say, not every day, I used to say, you know, that could be me one day. Yet, yes, we have a retirement, my husband and I. However, you never know what's going to occur. People losing their insurance on their homes because of where their home is located. That is impacting some. Some are losing their insurance, and their insurance is increasing on them. So the cost of living, you know, we want a good quality of life for individuals, and all we're talking about right now is the most needy, and this is my opinion, the unsheltered, the unhoused, the homeless. I personally have to support this. I want to I appreciate my two council members that put the report together. I've spoken highly, and I'm very passionate about doing something to improve the lives of others. And the only thing I'm going to ask is that we do consider the temperature when we open the doors for the individuals. And in time, we may just come up on a spot here in Vacaville, a location may become available. We never know. Someone may call us and say, hey, I have this facility, I want to donate. You know, oftentimes people do donate property back to the community, or to the community if they don't have family. What do you call that? What's the word for that? Yeah, okay. And that may just occur. Chief Carley might say, hey, you can have my house.
I didn't hear you donate yours.
You never know, never know. But anyway, I'm gonna stop on that. However, I do support this, and I want to thank my council members. And I like it that not myself. I'll be on the list hopefully next year to attend some of these commissions, committees. However, I appreciate the two of you serving on the JPA with that, name of that committee. It's not the JPA committee.
Capsule.
It's capsule.
Yes, okay. And I'm happy to have a report to come back from you. And I would like to hear more of that from others that are serving on the committees, just so we know what's going on. So
There's
that's
several
all
more
I
lights up here. But what I want to do is just take a moment and just add some thoughts, just because I have my own experience as well. It goes back a long time. I appreciate your passionate approach. I really do.
Our issue is transparency.
Well, I understand what you're saying about that. I think where we're at right now, also, first and foremost, I don't think that the bus depot is somehow some permanent solution as a Vacaville shelter. So I think that's first and foremost as I see this presentation. I don't see it that way. I see an opportunity in the moment for something that we're trying to solve, because as I have stepped onto this council, I've also seen and had to answer to former councils as far as what are we going to do each year. But I also come from the experience of working with a lot of you in the audience and activating the compassionate side of the faith-based organizations, the non-government organizations. Emily Cantu attending homeless roundtables. When we talk about communications, it's not our PR person. I'm an advocate that it's time to bring a homeless roundtable back in operation. In the sense of, here's the reasons why. There was a challenge a few years ago because what happened, in my view, is the goal was, as I chaired it every month for nearly 7 years, is it brought people together so that the people who were doing the work of connecting from the organizations and the churches, they were the ones talking. It was less about what the city was having to have to do, except for housing and crew and sometimes public works. And so this really, for me, again, there's a personal side to this, is there's an opportunity to allow the community to step back into a role. The challenge is, and I'm not trying to be negative here, is that it also took a turn because at a time that the roundtable was really working to connect, and there's a better way in the Navigators program, that's the touch. City staff doesn't have the time to touch. The churches, the organizations, the groups, to get people housed. It takes several touches to get somebody the help they need. What I know, because of Crew, is you can touch them in a positive way, but not the policing way. The institutions were the prisons. The prisons unloaded everyone. Now everyone's on the street and no one's really wanting to help. And local government is not the final solution. It is the benevolence of a community that comes together. It is the churches. The churches were providing the annual places for the homeless to stay. The problem, while it's grown in size, is still not, at least to the degree that the church has said, it's too difficult. We don't have the resources. We don't have the showers. We don't have the coordination. And then stepped in what I consider at least an opportunity to have the conversation that got difficult was the tiny homes, the tiny shelters, whatever you want to call it. What we learned during the pandemic and ARPA is if you need to put them in a room, put them in a hotel room. We can actually give them a place where there's a heating and air conditioning and a bathroom and a shower. And I've had these conversations, and I believe that there's a better way to actually spend that kind of money than trying to build an institution. The reason I know this is I've testified in Washington, D.C. on the issue. The program resistant, you can say there's 120 people out there, but any of the navigators know that it's going to take 20, 50, 100 touches to these, and some of them you're not going to connect. So you can't just build it and say they're all going to go there, because that's not what happens. Statistics are about no more than 10% at any given time that your homeless are going to take you up on your opportunity. And the reason why they do it more often is if it's inclement weather. And so we know that in the wintertime, there's more opportunities for more touches, not just a 32-degree night. So I understand that issue. The permanent solution isn't the bus depot, but a temporary solution this year, so people don't freeze to death. And they're not all dying because they're freezing to death. It's poor health care. It's poor decisions. We know all that, and I appreciate your perspective. But I think that, I know when you do an internet search, you get the image on the LA Times of Mark James Rippey. We fought here locally to get the issue of conservatorship. And the state said, well, let's do a trial. And they did it in Los Angeles and they did it in San Francisco. And now they're deciding whether or not that's the right way to go. But that's what some people need because they're unable to care for themselves and they're unwilling to take the help. And we're not willing as a society to look incompassionately and force somebody against their will to get the treatment or to get something. And so we don't want to lock them up, and we don't want them in mental institutions. And we don't have everything that we need, so we're stuck. We do have benevolent community, and we do have the opportunity to solve a problem for this winter. I, though, propose that a more flexible term, I'm not saying it's 7 days a week, 7 to 7. I know it gets cold somewhere around the end of December because I remember when the churches were doing the housing, January is always miserable, and sometimes it gets nice for a while. And so I think what I'm hearing that I also would support is something that's a little bit more flexible. And so it can be coordinated, but it can't be coordinated if our stakeholders and all this aren't communicating. And the only way they communicate is when they have the roundtable. So I think that there's a need to somehow bring at least a piece of what that is to help inform the community, not become a driving force of policy towards this council. I do believe that there's an opportunity here, but I don't think that the bus depot is the permanent solution. It's not a shelter. Could it be a center in the future? Potentially, but not in the sense of you think it's going to impact the business. I think we owe it. If this is something we're going to do, we owe it to the businesses there to actually go above and beyond than just looking the other way and calling it, oh, it's not our property, it's the state's. We can do better than that. We can do better than that. And then lastly, I just want to comment that the work that the churches have done, the groups have done, the navigators, the program, the Better Way, it was such a benefit. And I know, Chief, you used to come to those meetings, and I did when I was the chief. And I was sometimes asked the question, why do we do these? We're not solving every problem, but what we were doing is we were bringing people with solutions together to unite behind a way to actually make it better, and not necessarily to your point about, where's all the money in the budget. I do believe that there's a countywide strategy to get more funding, and city manager, the ability to find that delta to actually get something that's more coordinated and organized, and then right size what's going to happen for Vacaville. It's taking too long. I get it. But for now, how do we help those who aren't helping themselves? I'm not saying they can't help themselves, but I still get phone calls from the homeless individuals. And I also know that there's many of them that are very program resistant. So you got to meet us halfway. I think this is an opportunity to help. I just think there needs to be some more latitude in the temperature, the rain. When it's miserable, we all know it's miserable. We go, I don't want to be outside. And so I think we can find something more flexible with that. Councilmember, actually, let me look. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you. I'll start off by saying that I believe that the Cap Solano JPA is headed in the right direction. And I think that when it comes to more permanent solutions related to homelessness and permanent housing or permanent available housing, I really believe that that is going to be the vehicle that might get us more resources like have been asked for today. But the reality is that we're not going to get that done in time for winter. And that's why this winter warming center concept is the discussion that we're having right now. While I too believe in transparency, I'm only allowed to talk to 2 other people. That's the reason for this conversation today. I am open to any place that is accessible and that can be utilized to help in the meantime, because another winter is coming. So if there are other locations, let's have that conversation. If there are churches that are willing to open up their doors and need help from us, I'm ready to have that conversation. If there are businesses or empty buildings that are owned by private developers that are willing to open it up or lease it to the city, I'm ready to have that conversation. Just because this is the one solution that was brought up today does not mean it is the only solution for our situation that we find ourselves in. So I'm open to that. I do have a question because I want this to be accessible to folks that don't have vehicles, cars, or ways to get to different places. 2 things. Is there a staff member that can tell me where the vast majority of the homeless people are staying or located within the city limits? Is there someone that can tell me that? Sorry.
No one specific general area, but primarily we find the homeless living under a lot of our fields, and then along the creeks is the highest concentration, all along the creek that runs through Vacaville.
We have creeks that crisscross through our entire city. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is what led staff to believe that this location was the prime location as far as access by the public? And is this the only location that is available or the most easiest for them to get to?
I have to direct that to.
I'll jump on that. So the reason is that in terms of timing and availability and the council's interest in the past about the possibility of utilizing such a, that particular facility for such a use, the fact that it is centrally located, certainly as the captain points out, we have a homeless population spread throughout the city. So I don't know that there's one central location. But this was a facility that was owned by the city. It's close proximity to downtown, and the population seemed like a first step as a possibility for the council to consider.
So,
well, yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, let me share. I was going to actually add my 2 cents. I spent 7 years on the round table. I can assure you, I've walked those creeks with crew before. I have worked with the businesses. I've worked in the area. I've worked where the cleanup is. You look at the fields, when you talk about the fields near the freeway, behind the Aegean Way that backs up, the access to resources, people, businesses, food, it puts it, at least when you look at the heart, it could be spread out, but the concentration moves around the creeks in the downtown. It just does. And it could be pockets elsewhere, but the concentration of where they're walking is along the corridors that are under the bridge near Depot, but Peabody and Elmira, that whole area, they trek through the creeks in there, and then they sleep under the bridges, or they find places and they'll pop up the tents along the freeway because of the state's policy. But it is there's pockets, but it is a high concentration. And it is true that the churches that are nearby who are helping them do put them in places that are downtown or on Merchant Street or at Epiphany Church and others. This is where they go. It is the churches that are helping to feed them. And so there is a natural movement of those who you could consider mostly program resistant. The truth is if somebody, and this is one other piece of the conversation. We have a family resource center. There's ways to fund things, and that was always the part of the conversation. If there's somebody that is in need, I don't know of whether Emily or it's the chief's crew that wouldn't bend over backwards to contact someone and say, how do we help this person? And the stories would be, we got that person housed in a day. It's the program resistant ones that become very difficult. But this is where the concentration really is in our community right now. They can be elsewhere, but they're going to be drawn somewhere. And even at some point, if there is a more permanent solution for something, it still will require, how do you create something that's accessible? And that's the difference between a no house that is not a sober living environment. It is not the tonight's shelter. It is the program that we need. It's just that funding goes to those environments that are low barrier. But that's the reason.
right, okay. And so if there are alternative locations, I'm open to hear that. And especially because this is for emergency winter warming as it is right now. I think that if this is going to move forward, I also think that we need to get an update if this starts November 1st, I guess the second meeting of November, I think we should have this on the agenda again to see how it's working. I think we owe that much to our business owners to find out if there are ways, if this is something that we decide to move forward with, I want to know if it's working or if it can be better, or if there's ways that we can make sure that it's achieving the goals that we want without creating harms that we didn't anticipate. So lastly, I don't want it to get lost in the shuffle, but kind of the beginning portion of this conversation, we talked about the JPA and Cap Solano, how that's organized, the fact that we're spending money in in-kind services with our staff. There's a request for funding the gap to move that forward. I'm also interested in hearing council's thoughts on the direction that we should take with Cap Solano, how we should address that funding gap with the fact that our staff is spending more time than we're being reimbursed for. So I don't want that to get lost in the conversation as well. So if council has comments on that, they would be valuable.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
The information and just a few comments. I want to say I really appreciate having this on the agenda and being able to talk through it tonight. I mean, we've talked a lot about it for a year, so I'm glad that we have this opportunity. So I appreciated that, and I appreciated getting the information from Cap Solano and the JPA, because we've heard a lot about that, but since we're not the people on the committee, it's good to hear that information as well. I also went to Shelter Solano, Shelter Inc. A couple of weeks ago for their grand opening, and it was a whole facility campus. They had a women's dorm, they had a men's dorm, they had a dormitory for the people that are recovering from getting out of the hospital, and they had for nursing mothers, and they had this huge cafeteria. So it wasn't something that just got there, because they had a lot of, I think, dilapidated buildings while they were waiting to get to that point. And I did ask about the beds that we, the city of Vacaville, was paying for, because I know that's on our budget all the time. I said, are those beds being utilized? Because I did ride with crew one night, and we did go out and ask the lady, you know, do you want us to take you to Mission Solano? So I know that crew's offering to do that. That person chose not to go. It's in Fairfield, it's not here. But the person at Shelter Inc. said, yes, we utilize those. They're beds for Vacaville. Your crew group is really good about taking that and making that available. So it kind of surprised me when the first speaker said, you know, I have cancer, I have these needs, and I can't get a bed, because I thought we had that, and I thought we had hotels. So I would like someone to kind of follow up on, who did she approach in the city, and why weren't we able to provide someone? Because that's someone, to me, that looks like that needs help. So those are something else. And I also want to say that I appreciate this warming center being on the agenda tonight. It was new to me. This is the first I heard about it as well, being this specific plan. I think it's a step in the right direction. And I do feel like the weather parameters can't be just adhered to, like, oh, it's not quite 32, so we're not going to do it. There has to be flexibility with that as well. Communication's been mentioned. I will just reiterate that as something that's real important across the board, and we need to just continue working on that as we can. And the churches are involved, but beside the churches, there's other people that have come to me. Jeanette, it's worse in my neighborhood. What can I do? I'm willing to help. Just tell me how I can help. So if we have avenue for other volunteers as well. And I mentioned crew a while ago. We need to be sure that we're working with businesses to see how we can help, because I understand the impact to your business and other businesses, and thank you for being here as well. So that's all I have to say, basically, because we've said a lot, but that's my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, one quick thing on the warming center, and then following back with what Councilmember Stockton brought up. One thing that'd be really helpful, having a singular point of contact for all the volunteer groups that want to help out. I know there's possibility of bringing the homeless roundtable back, but if you're only meeting once a month, we need a point of contact we can call, say, hey, you're the point of contact, and then it's your job to do the full call down roster, call everybody else that wants to be involved. That'd make it much simpler. That way we're not trying to contact a dozen different groups, whether it's Mr. Thompson or Mr. Wells here that want to volunteer for it. Since you're here, we call you and you call everybody else. That way you know when things are getting activated and what services we need, whether it's volunteers or food or something. That'd be really helpful for, I'm guessing, the staff, so they don't have to spend time calling everybody individually. They just call one person. But then following back up with what Councilmember Stockton brought up and trying to help out the city manager here. So what we need is some guidance to bring back to the JPA on how we would like to address the funding. There's there's only two real options. Our services that we're doing in kind, we get in lieu credit for, so we don't have to pay for the additional fees that may pop up out of the JPA. However, the city manager's group model works, or we just stop the in-kind services and just pay our fair share of it. I think those are the only two real options for moving forward. But yeah, we're still waiting on the city manager's group to present what they found out. But yeah, it's either credit for what we provide and then, or just stop providing in kind and just pay our fair share and let them hire somebody to do it. So I don't know if the mayor or city manager wants to take over and how you want to get the consensus
Did you
on
have,
that.
were you going to speak to that?
Yes,
Okay. Councilmember Chapman.
thank you. Providing in-kind services, is it hurting the department? Are you staffed? I always, not always, but I use that fully staffed term often. However, is it taking you away from your regular duties that it would be better for us to consider getting you help or taking it off of you?
Well, I think that, we're always capable of getting all of our tasks done. And it depends if staff are out or, on leave, et cetera. It can impact our ability to get work done, just like everybody else in everybody else's department. I think the phasing plan is a great idea, just for that coordination that I think that was the city manager was talking about and the council members, where it's a little disjointed now with a city performing all of those duties, but the kind of leadership of the JPA is elsewhere, and the administration and the decision making. So there's a lot of disconnect that is making it more difficult to get the work done. So that's been a little bit of a challenge. And we do have the one vacancy that Councilmember Stockton brought up, but given the phasing plan, we are working towards filling that position, and so that'll be a great help.
Okay, and the next question, how soon do you think they will be filling, finding an executive director and a grant writer? That seems like
So I think that there's a high level of enthusiasm and expectation from the collective group at the JPA to get that position on board. I think the challenge is getting overall consensus on the funding contributions to get to that position, which is why we're having these important conversations with council. Again, there's nobody there really to go after the money. And the concern is that we have opportunities right now to apply for grant funding that we don't have the capacity to do. So there's a need. And I've been very direct with my colleagues in the city manager group that this is different, this is unique, it's gonna sting. But we're trying to do something that, as Councilmember Roberts mentioned, we're only the second county in the state that's trying to do something like this. So if we can get past the, hey, this feels different stage and make that commitment, hopefully the group is aware that, that position and the grant writer position are needed immediately. And so I think it's just getting some level of consensus necessary to step forward. I will also say one of the other conversations that we're having that is part of the struggle that may not really seem like it's worth the struggle is this is it will be a newly created entity, if you will, a functionality on an org chart that doesn't exist right now. And that's one of the big conversations as well. The county has expressed their concerns that presently they do not offer that type of coordinated service. My response is that if we're talking about a regional effort, I don't know that having it under that group of staff under a particular city. In my opinion, it doesn't make sense. And so that is another topic that needs to be wrestled with by the JPA board as well.
Oh, so if we were to pull out the in-kind services, there's the possibility that things may even, oh no.
No.
It won't?
Well,
It seems like the glue keeping it together.
I think what you have, and this is, admittedly, this is why the city managers groups is looking to get to their respective councils with the bigger picture conversation, is because to find out where everybody is on this thing to a certain degree. Because if there's concern that one group's going to be opposed to the concept of cost sharing, and even if they're allocated, on this methodology, $15,000 a year. Well, if that's more than they're willing to spend, who picks that up? So there's still a lot of conversations that have to happen. From our perspective, again, we just wanted to, when I brought it up to the group, it was that, hey, we should get some kind of credit. And this is why I'm very pleased that we're having a conversation tonight, whether it's verbal credit or actual financial credit for the services that we're providing. Now, again, the county is providing similar, other services, and they may say the same thing. And so when you start pulling those in-kind contributions out of the gap that needs to be financed, now the pot gets bigger and bigger and wider and wider. And I honestly don't know, and I don't think the other city managers in the group know where their respective councils are on, how far are they willing to walk across that bridge to close that gap.
So if I may, sounds to me like we're giving in-kind services, and it's a discussion between cities who's really benefiting more. It sounds like there might be a city that's actually getting reimbursed. And so there's discussions about how this will play out. But the direction is are we supportive of a council? Because this doesn't have an action on here, but what you're looking for is direction.
Yeah, guidance on.
It says, do we support that we're going to go down this path? There is a need to identify how we would fund that delta gap, depending upon what we're not going to be recognized as our contribution, whatever that might be. It's a range, but you're needing direction to say, are we supportive of that? Or is there something clearer than that you need?
Well, I think to help your colleagues on the council that represent the board, maybe a kind of a stepped approach here. Okay. One, is the council willing to, explore cost sharing? Okay. So, recognizing that we're all in this together as a region. So is there a willingness to support cost sharing to whatever degree is ultimately decided upon or discussed? Then, if there is a willingness to do that, when we talk about cost sharing, we'd like, if the consensus is, we'd like to receive, some kind of awareness or credit so that we're not providing an in-kind service and writing you a check. And then from there, then we can, I can use that to go back and talk to the collective group at the city managers group and say, we need to make some awareness of this. And it could be that there is either a credit or, we talked about phasing the fiscal agent in the third stage. That was with the expectation that, we're not certain who's out there to hire to fill these positions. But maybe the other alternative is that if you can hire that position sooner along with the other positions, and it doesn't wait till phase 3, 2, 3, 4 years down the road, but you can get it in year 1 or 2 along with the other, they had higher priority positions, great. Then we're done providing that in-kind service, and now we're just writing a check. So if those concepts work for the council, that's something that I think, and I'll look to Councilmember Stockton and Roberts, I think that's something that I can take back to my group for a recommendation.
Can I add just one other piece that I heard you say, and that is to also direction from the council that would be of the position that there needs to be an avenue towards an independent JPA not operating under one city. Is that right? Need that, or help to know that, or
Well, I think that helps. Independent, I'd be careful with that word because, you know.
well, not independent, but not under.
Right, because I think some folks are looking at the possibility of it becoming like its own STA. And STA, while it is independent, has a lot of support and a lot of federal and state tax dollars going to it. And it took a long time to get to where it's at. So this staffing group will need somewhere to report to, someplace to be housed. But I think if you were to share that, express your comments about whether or not it's viable to have it housed in any one particular city, that you're concerned about that, that would go a long way as well.
So, well, I know at least from that perspective, I'm supportive of this approach. It doesn't call for a motion, but I suspect that what we really need to do is be able to give you as the voting member and the alternate that direction. I don't want to speak for everyone, but it would be important to hear from everyone. Well, to follow this and give direction, so because as the city manager suggested, he's also working within the city manager's group. And so the support then would be an approach to cost sharing, in that we're supportive of it. And
Okay, cost sharing, not in kind.
and then credit towards for the in-kind service. I'm supportive of that. And then the functional structure of the JPA, and also supporting of that phased approach. I'm in support of that. If this is something that the council also agrees, I would convey that. Need a vote on this, or does it just direction? Does anybody want to speak differently than that?
I just want to make sure we understand.
Right, because there's no motion here, but you just need direction.
Right. No, the direction I think is good for now. I think that when it comes to an actual financial commitment that we come to some sort of tentative agreement on, that will absolutely come back before this board for approval before we're able to make that commitment to the JPA. We just wanted, I think Jason and I mean, I know I'm the voting member. Jason and I work together. We cover this. I really appreciate how well him and I have been able to work together on this. So, moving forward, I think what we really wanted was just, are we headed in the right direction? We're getting access to funds that I think are going to be helpful for situations like we're facing right now. I think the hope in the future is that collectively the county has a plan for every city to have an emergency shelter. So it's not like one city's doing one, another city's not. Everybody is going to have shared resources in a similar plan, strategic plan like Jason went over in the presentation, so that way there's not this fear associated with, because Vacaville is doing something, we're going to import individuals here that don't reside here. I think what we're trying to do is serve a population of people that are going to, potentially get hurt, by the elements without adding to the amount of homeless folks that actually live here. So.
And these positions, they're key positions that are needed.
I would also go so far as to say that, I think the issue that seems to be the most concerning today regarding the location, Council Member Roberts and I have spoken about trying to utilize county buildings that every city has to be able to fulfill this need, but that is not something that's going to be figured out this winter.
On Brown Street.
Oh, I mean,
yeah, but that's where resources are as well.
It wouldn't be Brown Street. It could be veterans halls. It can be libraries, any county-owned building. But there are certain county-owned buildings that are throughout the entire county. The goal is for every city to have a location. If that location isn't good enough for Vacaville, or if you have concerns about it, I'm open to hear alternative locations. It doesn't have to be in your district. It can be anywhere.
Well, and I think that's a discussion for us as a council when that opportunity presents itself. Have that full discussion. Vice Mayor Wiley. Actually,
Oh, thank you.
I just want to say it all depends so much on the structure and the executive director and the grant writer. Otherwise, we're taking money from Vacaville, putting it in the JPA to try to get some money back, but it's also diluted against everyone else. So then we end up getting less money back than we put in unless we are getting those grants and really making that money count. Otherwise, it would be better just to like help the people that we have in Vacaville and not do this. So the whole thing, all those pieces have to come together to make it work for everyone in the county. And Vacaville does not have the homeless problem that Fairfield and Vallejo does. So we don't want to be using our money to solve their problem when we have a smaller problem, so we're not getting as much money back. So I'll just use that caution as we want to make sure we're getting our money in a place that's going to benefit us and come back to us tenfold.
City Manager, you had a
Yeah, just because it's been a while since it was brought up in Councilmember Roberts' portion of the presentation. So again, the importance of getting the staff put in place is certainly to go after the grant funding, because you can't do anything without the funding, but it's also to have a point of contact, an experienced person that the board can go to as the executive director and say, help us fix this strategic plan. Because right now, everybody's throwing all kinds of different information at the board saying, this is what will work, this is what will work, what's the data, where's the proof, where's the evidence, what's, you know, and everybody's got, admittedly, their own interest in focus. The purpose of this strategy is to look at it as a regional strategic level, and it may be just like you're finding with your own experience here in Vacaville with districts, that, you know, one district may have a higher need than another district, and so one community may have a higher need than the other. But that's the purpose of getting an executive director on board to help all the different jurisdictions prioritize what the strategy is, understanding what the funding mechanism is, and how to implement a plan over the course of time that hits all those strategic needs based on data, based on all those things that the council member shared with you tonight as part of that strategic plan discussion. So that executive director position is absolutely critical, because that is kind of your independent, using your word, Mayor, person to go to, because right now we don't have that. You have different people representing in-kind that are kind of got their own hat on, coming to the party to try to represent the region, and it's a challenge. So that's why this first step is important, and finding that funding source to get those positions on board is so critical.
Councilmember Roberts.
And it's bring up something we didn't really touch on during the presentation. Some of the stuff we're doing, like with the ARPA funding that Solano received, like Vallejo got a ton of that money, but one of the stipulations of them getting the money is that's not just for Vallejo, like the permanent supportive housing they have, that's open to anybody in the county from any city. So that's how we're starting to work together, where we allocate that because they already had a shovel-ready project that they're working on, whereas that takes this Vacaville years to put the plans together, get everything going, where Vallejo is like, hey, we're ready to go, we just need the money. And so we allocated it that way. But the stipulation was that if somebody from Vacaville wanted to go there, they can go there. It's not just solely for Vallejo residents. Yeah, we did get money as well for my friend's house. Much smaller amount, but it's a feasible project that we can allocate money for that would help people in the transitional phase here in Vacaville. But yeah, like what the city manager brought up is, yeah, we need the executive director to kind of take control of it in between our meetings, and we can't do anything without money. So yeah, this first couple of years are going to be rough. It's like the pilot program. We're going to need to, of course, put some money out there, but as soon as we can get those positions funded, especially getting into policy and grants, then hopefully the money will start coming in if we have good grant writers. And some of the funding that's coming out from the state is only going to go to places like Solano with our JPA and Los Angeles with what they have, because we're meeting their criteria. And so as they start focusing more on that, since we're well ahead of the game, we're hoping that'll bring in more grant funding than dispersing out to individual cities. And this also stops Fairfield and Vacaville Vallejo from competing for the same grants. We can apply as a bigger pool with more councils on board and apply for a larger amount because we're trying for a whole region instead of one individual city.
Councilmember Silva.
I think the strategic plan you guys presented was, pretty well structured and put together. My problem is same kind of concept with like the warming shelter, where like people come and go, and this notion that people are just gonna go back or hang out or whatever it is. It needs to be a structured system to where we're not just throwing away money. And therein lies the challenge of why people think that they know the solution, but in many cases, that's not always the case. And so whatever it may be, it has to be something that's structured that really helps address those core issues. And it's going to continue to be a problem as long as people have a choice when they aren't able to appropriately make that choice for themselves. So it goes back to the concept of conservatorship. And so unless I need to see something from that JPA that helps address and puts pressure on the state, that starts putting pressure on them to talk about mental health from the state down, and that would involve conservatorship, because that's been the core issue of some core issues. I do want to point out that I did tour there were sheds for the tiny homes, or whatever we want to call it. The program in Marysville, I toured 3 different programs. I thought they were pretty well put together, pretty well ran. And the folks that were in there were super appreciative of the opportunities that they had there. Very similar to those in the Opportunity House. The core issue is, where do people go? So it goes back to housing, but on the other side, frankly, when I see $1.something million, if we're talking about just giving people stuff, and you have a lady that talks about difficulty applying for $35 application fee for 2 people, how come we're not? I don't understand. So I know we already brought that up, trying to clarify, and hopefully she gets the help that she needs. But to me, part of it's like, well, why doesn't that money just transfer to the cost of living to rent a room, or whatever it may be?
Interrupt, but I will say, it would be really nice maybe at some future meeting to have a presentation from an update from the FRC, Family Resource Center. Because I think sometimes it's lost on the resources that are here. My experience has always been with our staff. If somebody was needing help for a $45 application for something, or needing guidance, that's why we have that program. And one of the things, to your point, is sometimes we chase grant dollars, and we've done it in the past, and very specifically looking at some of this is we do direct services, and direct services are trying to help people directly. And that takes just helping a person who's a half a month of rent behind right now and helping to stabilize them. We have systems to do that. Maybe we need to provide a greater resource to do it. So I hear those stories, and it's very heart-wrenching. But then what we need to do is connect that person to say, have you spoken to our Family Resource Center for those types of resources? That's the kind of stuff that used to happen at the Homeless Roundtable all the time. So your point's not lost on me. I totally appreciate that. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, I think you bring up a very important topic, conservatorship. I know that Care Court is starting up. Emily, do you have any additional information about Care Court and how that's applicable to the Cap Solano?
I don't happen to have any info. I can obtain some though and share.
Because I know that's a part of moving forward through the criminal justice system to address some of these issues that are reoccurring amongst the homeless populations that are dealing with addiction and homelessness and things like that. Because that has been brought up at the Cap Solano JPA, and Sorry about that. So the conversation regarding care court and conservatorship has come up at the JPA, and right now what we're doing is waiting to see how effective the current model for care court is with helping our unhoused population and those that are suffering from addiction and some of the underlying issues that result in homelessness. So I think that his bringing up conservatorship is an important topic of conversation that needs to be a component related to the issue. Sorry, I keep turning. I have to look down at everyone, so it makes it tough.
And while there's so much more not to discuss tonight, but there used to be drug court, but then a lot of the policies and the laws changed, so there's no incentive to actually get clean and sober. And so the city or the state and the counties are now trying to do this all over again with care court, because if you're either talking about drugs or you're talking about conservatorship, it's really, at what point do you apply a sense of we're going to help you at a moment you're not willing to help yourself? And that's a statewide problem, and we're feeling it. And so those are the things that I think are going to be important to see how this works. But the conservatorship is a step in the right direction. But again, all you had to do is do an internet search, and Mark Rippey's face is on the front of it. And LA right now is debating how terrible this could potentially be and it be abused. It's like, let's just try it first before we say how terrible it is, because we do need conservatorship for some people until they get on their feet and be productive again, if they can be. So, Councilmember Sol.
Just one more thing. So there's a couple comments from council members about where homeless are at. I need you guys to understand that that is a deterrent for businesses to be able to operate their businesses when we have that negative perception on not just their businesses, but even the business owners who are hardworking folks, but also the residents who are hardworking folks in those particular areas. When that notion, when we have that perception and put that out there, that's where they're all at, so let's keep putting that in there. We just did a neighborhood cleanup, and there's a whole alleyway that has issues from, I don't want to get too far into it, but there's issues that are resulted from different services that are put there. And so, I don't want to keep berating this particular issue, especially at this hour, but I need you all to be very conscious, and, staff telling you that there's issues throughout the town. But there's still this perception that everything is there, therefore that's where we should keep focusing all these particular efforts. And that hurts people who are investing everything that they have into their living, not just in their home, but their businesses as well. So I have to get that out before we move on from this topic.
With that, is there any other direction that is needed tonight, Mr. City Manager?
I think we have a good consensus from the council, and I appreciate the important discussion that was had tonight, and we will continue to be apprised of our efforts on both of these subjects.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the presentation, and I know that this is a very important issue to the community and to this council. So,
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
if I could,
yes.
Bring your attention to the clock and the hour. By our municipal code, anything we go past the hour of 10:30, we need to make a discussion or decision rather on whether or not you want to continue. We have 3 items remaining, as well as reports from council, et cetera. We have 2 RFPs and a budget request. So I'm looking at my staff to see how critical these are, and council, if we can have these done very quickly.
Well, let's try moving and see how quickly we go.
Okay.
We'll start with one.
Everybody's giving me the 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So
all right.
If you're willing, we'll give it a shot, and then it's up to you guys.
Okay. Let's.
So with that, we'll introduce item 9B, which is the request for a proposal for inclusionary housing study. Your Community Development Director, Aaron Morris, with the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. I'm going to make this presentation extremely brief. We discussed inclusionary housing at a study session on May 23rd to explain what it is, why it could be helpful to Vacaville. It's about really how we can create some more affordable housing. And so this request for proposal does not commit the council to approving inclusionary housing. It doesn't commit you to a particular policy option. It would be hiring a consultant to help us put together options to bring back to council. And this is something a lot of cities are doing. We have an RFP ready to go out pretty much. And if you authorize it, we'll move forward and everything would come back to you for study and future decision. This project's exempt from the Environmental Quality Act, and our recommendation is by simple motion that you authorize staff to release a request for proposal to study inclusionary housing options for Vacaville. I'm happy to take any questions.
I just motion to approve the RFP.
I don't see any questions on the council. I'm going to open it up to the public for comment. Seeing none. Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, motion to seek out the RFP.
Second. Do we have a motion and a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
That's a record.
Watch this one, item 9C, another resolution for a proposed RFP for a specific plan in the Allison Plan Development Area.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. This item before you basically accepts $1.2 million from the state to do a priority development area specific plan for the Allison PDA. The background was covered in your staff report. This is the area near the major Vacaville transit station. The RFP, if authorized by the council, would allow us to prepare a specific plan for the area, do a lot of stakeholder engagement, and of course the process would involve both community outreach and planning commission and city council. There's two things before you this evening. I'm going to go to this final slide. Accepting the money from the MTC is critical, so we get the money, and then authorizing us to move forward with the RFP is really the second major component. And I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Questions? I'll open it up to the public. Seeing none. Bring it back to the council. Do I have a motion? Motion to approve. Got a motion. Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All right, your last item.
Wow, if only. Item 9E, resolution approving an expenditure augmentation to our fiscal operating budget for the Merriment on Main ceremony. We have Reggie Hubbard and Melody Ocampo from our Parks and Recreation Department with a brief presentation.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm going to forego my introduction and turn it over to Melody Ocampo, who's going to do this presentation.
Good evening, Council. As Reggie mentioned, I'll be very brief. In short, we are requesting the approval of an expenditure augmentation in the amount of $77,000 to fund the 2023 Merriment on Main event and authorizing inclusion of the annual recurring cost in the city's annual operating budget. As we all know, this event has a long history in the city of Vacaville. Staff have already been working hard to coordinate efforts. Tree has been ordered. We have some sponsorships coming underway. We have a new logo, as you see here. The budget request would cover services and supplies, marketing, and staffing costs. By simple motion, we request you approve the subject resolution. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Silva.
So quick questions. So the way I read this is that this is going to be reoccurring. So we're going to be funding this permanently by just reading the annual reoccurring costs. Is that
correct?
That was correct.
Okay. So just kind of jumping ahead, what I'm going to suggest that councils consider funding this year, 2023 and 2024. I'm curious to see if, so in the years past, so number one, sorry, got to back up. I want to thank the Rico family, the countless volunteers and donors throughout these past couple of decades for putting this together. It's a huge undertaking. It wouldn't have happened without them. So I think, we forever owe them a debt of gratitude for bringing that to our community. I guess the other component is we have the bid to downtown, downtown Vacaville BID. So I think at some point, I'm curious to see if council will be considerate of having them put on something that may or may not be seen as something more religious focused, and help generate revenue through that type of source. If it still requires funding from us, that's something council can consider. So that's, I kind of put my questions and comments in one.
Open up to the public. Seeing none, I'll bring it back. I appreciate it as well, and obviously have known Richard for years, and you know, there was a nonprofit formed for a period of time, but it was one that was only going to last for so long because they basically have aged out of the process in the way they viewed it, because he no longer owns the Reporter, and at some point always knew that this was going to come back somewhere. Vacaville has a great history and heritage of a lot of different things. We've got 4th of July. That's, while that is more of a, you know, a wide event, Merriment on Main is one of those places. When you describe Vacaville, you say you got to come downtown, and I don't see it as a. I mean, it happens during a season where you've got from Thanksgiving to New Year's, and there's Hanukkah and Christmas, and there's all kinds of different entities, organizations, and churches that may celebrate. But it's Merriment on Main. It focuses on bringing families together. It's a Christmas tree, and there's Santa Claus. There's all kinds of great events. It's good for Vacaville. And while I mean, I appreciate your perspective, I also recognize that sometimes we get into this discussion about, you know, separation of church and state and the establishment clause, and I think it gets overrun with a misunderstanding of what it is. The funding to bring 10 to 15,000 people downtown is one of those things that the cities around us would covet to have what we have. So I don't want to get stuck at a council from that perspective. I don't think that it's an issue. I respect your position on this. I'm in support of this funding and funding in the future, recognizing that that's got to be part of an adopted budget. But to organize this and to do it, we have an opportunity not to lose something that's significant, and hopefully find other ways to. I see that there's some grants that are coming into it to find ways to get the community to help fund those things. But I don't want to start with an ultimatum, and that's my position. So. That request, at least tonight, is a funding, and then to enter it into a budget. There can always be comments in the future, but I have a motion. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You got a lot of work to do, but I appreciate it. Yeah, so thank you.
Oh, sorry, quick request. Can you reach out to the local high school band groups to see if they'd be interested in playing in different parts of the country? Yeah. If y'all need better ideas, hit me up.
Yeah, and a clock for what time the lighting starts.
Oh.
Ouch. Hey, you did everything you were asked to do. Sorry, too soon.
You're brutal.
Hey, anyway, it's a good event, and you got to have some fun with it, but good for Vacaville. So we have reports of the city manager.
Well, I did have 14 updates, but I'm going to pass on those, so.
Okay. Reports of the city council. Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you very much. This will go along with the previous motion that was made regarding Merriment on Main Street and the name of Rico. The Rico family has a long history here in Vacaville, and I'm not going to be redundant and repeat what you shared about how much has been given and how the tree, through their actions, how it has, through the years, have brought the community to downtown and brought them together. And the crowd continues to be there annually. the crowd being family members, children, parents, grandparents, and whoever else. So with that, I would like to put out there for consideration of naming an area downtown after Richard Rico. And for those who don't know him, I'm sure everyone here in the building this evening is familiar with the name, beginning with his grandfather or his father, John. And I mean, they have done so much. They have done so much through the years, continued the Merriment going up until this year. And I can't see a better person than to give recognition to the Mr. Rico, Richard Rico. So I am asking that we give consideration. I don't know if I need to make that in the form of a motion or, yes, okay, then I would like to move this evening that the council consider naming an area downtown after Richard Rico.
And I guess the only question, have staff bring back an understanding of what that actually means.
We'd have to bring it back as an agenda item and then vote on approving it or.
Okay, thank you. And I think, who seconded? Okay.
Because their names are also in the museum. Saw it there today, so.
Oh, yeah, they've been instrumental in many areas, the arts, the museum.
That's
right. Mm-hmm. Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
You.
Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, I'd like to, so something that's come up routinely is about having access to slides and whatnot. So I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff, maybe by the end of the year, to have any slides that are going to be presented to us also be posted with the agenda when it's posted.
So it gets posted on a Thursday, and you're asking staff to have a presentation done by Thursday. Miss,
Yes.
you have something? Hold on a second.
Again, similar to the last item, that would have to come back for discussion in order to take an action on that.
So a discussion to come back on what that would look like.
I'm sorry, what is there to discuss?
Well, because we have to agendize it.
Yeah, for.
We can't make it, we can't do business right here. That's setting a policy, so all it requires is having staff bring this back as an agenda item. Is that correct? And understanding the implications and what that would look like, probably coming from your office, I would assume.
In coordination with city manager's office.
The fact of the matter is, it's not as easy as it may seem.
Then the items shouldn't come to the agenda, or we can discuss it.
We can talk about that in the public setting when we agendize that.
So, but the motion is to bring this back as an agenda item.
Yes.
Okay, and we have a second?
Yeah.
Second?
Yeah, how soon can you get that feedback on what you mentioned, city manager?
Still catching up on some of your other requests, so I will have to check with the list and see how quickly we can do that, because as a reminder, we only have 3 council meetings for the remainder of the year, and they're all pretty full.
Well, I appreciate you working on the other items. Can we move this to the top of that one then?
Well, the only thing I would say is that impacts all the council, so that would be, you're asking the rest of the
I'm
council.
sorry, city manager, when you said you, did you mean all the council or me personally?
Entire council.
The only reason I'm bringing it up is you're asking to move it to the front, but you're asking to do that to the
I
council.
misunderstood when he said you. I was thinking he was talking about me personally, not the council as a whole.
Oh, no, the whole council's. So we got a motion and a second to bring this back as an agenda item. Consider the impact on, given that there's 3, but I do respect the need to have some advance information. I have my own concerns to think that you're going to have a PowerPoint presentation ready to go to the public when some things are on the fly, even within 24 hours prior. It's my own experience, having had to present for 10 years to a council. challenges with that, so I think that would have to be.
Comment on, I mean, most other cities around us, like Fairfield and Sassoon, both do that. They publish the slides when they publish the agenda. And if they need to update, like we've updated agenda, so if they need to update a slide after it's published, they just update the slide and put it up there. So, I mean, we can't say Fairfield and Sassoon are better than us and do it. And we don't.
I'm not in disagreement of bringing this back to the council. I'm simply saying,
Yeah.
I think there's overwhelming support to bring it back.
I'm a yes.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes, but I just trying to clarify when, can we have that back by the end of this calendar year? It's just a discussion. Not sure what,
Should be
why
a
that takes
short
so much
item.
time. Yeah.
Well, I think if you could try to bring it back, and then the key would be is if we're impacted in the next 3 meetings, then we're gonna have a discussion about what is the priority, because there could be priorities based upon our schedule that bumped. That's the only thing that I'm concerned about. Either that, or then we call for another meeting.
I would like to have it by the end of this calendar year. I don't think it's a quick discussion. We can even put a time limit on it if it.
Okay, well, the motion passed, so we know that it's coming back. So if you could get some feedback on what impact that would be.
All right, thank you. And then thanks for the support, Council. So the other thing is Parks and Rec got a lot of work coming up. I know it's October. A lot of cool activities they put together for Parks and Rec. So hopefully folks can just get opportunity to check that out. Just kind of looking ahead. I'm looking forward to Polar Plunge. If I don't sign up to the day before, please don't cancel it. I'll try to get some folks out there, just putting that out. I'm really excited about 700 Park. A lot of us were, able to attend. So that's that development. Some type of development has been in the works for quite a while, but I think council, actually there's a majority of folks on this council, the last cycle approved a pretty cool concept that I really truly believe that's going to be a catalyst to the different type of housing that can be brought to Vacaville and that can enrich our lives and enhance our sense of community. So be on the lookout for that. Also want to give a shout out to Warden Cueva. So he's been pretty active and engaged in finding different ways to rehabilitate a lot of the inmates at CMF. And so a couple Fridays ago, actually, Greg, we actually had a hard time getting into prison, which was interesting. So, but once we got in, they actually had what they call Prison Palooza. So it was actually it was a really interesting event. A lot of folks came together. Actually met some good folks committed towards, helping people rehabilitate, get their lives back on track. So I just want to appreciate that. Warden Gigi Madison, she's actually gonna be retiring. She's been at CSP Solano for several years now. And so I just want to thank her for her service as she deserves a well-earned retirement. So thank you. Oh, sorry, one last thing. One last thing, November 2nd. Again, appreciate the city of Vacaville putting on our second annual event for Dia de los Muertos, or commonly in English, Day of the Dead. Last year was a very sombering but uplifting event. There was tears shed, but it was more of reconnecting with folks and remembering our loved ones. While it has indigenous roots to what is current day Mexico, I highly encourage everybody to come on out, check it out, maybe even bring a photo of your lost loved ones, and just kind of see what it's all about, and different ways we can again honor and celebrate the lives of our ancestors. Thank you.
Councilmember Stockton.
I'll keep it quick. I just wanted to thank council for the feedback for the earlier item. Homelessness has been a conversation that I know Council Member Chapman has been bringing up consistently, and hopefully we answered those questions. But I do think that there is a need for a more local conversation. We've had several folks come here and request the homeless roundtable. I would like to motion that we agendize reopening the homeless roundtable so that those conversations can occur and locally. with some of the folks so that, you know, and maybe a different group of council members can attend those so that there's additional conversations that are happening locally so that when we discuss homelessness as a board, we can kind of divide and conquer on local versus regional and really make sure that we're covering everything.
The only thing that I would want to bring up is my experience on it. For years, I had council members come, and when they did, they were there to listen, and sometimes they would converse, but what they weren't there to do is to create a movement of policy. That was the one thing that I cautioned the discussion about it. It's a round table. It's not, it doesn't need to form, in my view, it doesn't need to form as a 2x2. It's informative, and there are times when those who have done the work on the round table, whether back in the day it was Gloria, at times would come back and do a presentation to the whole council so that there doesn't need to be a conduit, because it really is a lot more about the community. But then there were stakeholders within the city. Correct. And different members of the council would come and go, and I would see different people when I chaired it all those years. And so I just would say my own view is not to structure it in a way that has to report out, because that therein was part of the challenge. Right. But what an avenue to get the community connected. That was the communication piece, to step out of the way and let them do it. But my only caution is not to allow the roundtable to become an entity that starts to drive policy. It's a feedback to allow the stakeholders to figure out how to work better together.
So I would love to have that conversation if we have to agendize this to discuss like how it will work, because it sounds like you understand it intimately, and I want to hear about it. I'm good with this first quarter next year. After the rain, we can figure out what we did good and what we can do better. We can talk about it all. So I have a second. So can we vote on that? Yeah, Councilwoman Chapman.
Yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, well, that adds some clarity. Else?
That's it for me.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
I just wanted to say, watch out Vacaville, we're a cow town, so watch for the cows. It was wonderful to have the event by Onstage Vacaville last week, or the week before, where they had the artist who did the cow, they're fiberglass, almost life-size cows, the artist who did it, and the sponsoring group, they both came on stage and talked about it, and then they unveiled the cow one at a time. And it was just really wonderful and deep, the depictions of different parts of Vacaville. So the city has two, and right now, one's in Ulatis and one's in Three Oaks, I think. I've seen them, and I stopped by today to see the one. She said several people have been coming by, and then they will be permanently put in different places throughout Vacaville and Lagoon Valley and different places. So it was just really great to hear how it all worked together. So that was a wonderful thing, and I'm glad that we as a city, have two cows. And then last Saturday and the other Saturdays in October, one of the neighborhood group associations in District 6 has worked to have the pop-up opportunity, and they're working with Parks and Rec and trying to get all the boxes checked off. And the whole thing is to build community in the neighborhood and meet the neighbors. And so it was really good. We were out there from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock. We talked to a lot of people, and they said, here's what I'd like to see in Vacaville for young people. Here's what I'd like to see in Vacaville for old people. Here's what I'd like to see here. And this is great. And so we kind of talked about the parks across town too. So it was a good opportunity to talk to people. So if you don't have anything to do sometime between 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock, stop by Magnolia Park on a Saturday in Vacaville. And I appreciate the support from the city, who has helped that neighborhood association hand out flyers and talk to people and things like that. And I just want to say, for Merriment on Main, a lot of the people in District 6 have never been to Merriment, Maine. They're new to town. We've got a whole bunch of people. So if there's a way that we can tie that into, oh, never been to Merriment on Maine, here's what it is, come on down. So, because we can't say, well, everyone's done this and everyone remembers and here's what it is, because a whole slew of people in my part of town have never heard of it. So that's my thing. And I don't have anything to put on the agenda. So that's it.
Well, thank you. Appreciate all the comments tonight. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Good night, Vacaville.
All right.